Good morning and welcome to Foothills County Council meeting for Wednesday, February 11, 2026. Just before we get down to our business items this morning, there's been some events happen in BC. And just as we start, I'd like to just spend a moment recognizing those events. As we begin our meeting, we cannot help but think about the families and the community of Tumbler Ridge, BC. Many lives were needlessly cut down too soon by the violence of one. The hopes, the dreams, the ambitions of a hopeful future have been forever altered for many, many people. We are all deeply heartbroken by this event, by this loss. And in painful recognition, today, let us observe a moment of silence in recognition. Today and in days going ahead, our thoughts and our prayers go out to the families affected by this tragedy. Council, we have an agenda before us. We do have consideration of an emergent item to be added, so I will go to Manager Barrett for an understanding as to the emergent nature of this item being added on.
Thank you, Mr. Reeves. So a request to meet with council was approved back in December, and subsequently a meeting with the Blackie Event Society was arranged for today at 11. Unfortunately, we missed adding that to our agenda, so I'm asking that we add it as emergent today, as they will be in attendance at 11 o'clock.
Okay, thank you for that. So I would look for a motion to add Blackie Event Society onto our meeting for today agenda. Moved by Councillor Estes, and just for clarity, this does require unanimous approval to add emergent item on. So all those in favor of the motion to add this on? That motion carries. So we will add that under C2, Blackie Event Society. With that, I would look for a motion to approve the agenda as presented and as with that addition. Moved by Councillor Alger, all in favor? Motion carries. Okay, round table with our Public Works. Councillor Kendall, do you have anything for Public Works this morning or team?
I have nothing for, yes, I do have something for Public Works. I think it's Public Works. I had a email from the Millerville Library, and they had been searching for a sign to place outside, which is right next to the Millerville School, like it's adjoined, for their personal use, and they have found one. So just putting that out there, they're going to need some guidance and for that. And you can go through me, or I can directly give you the email. So, but other than that, don't think so. Looking, yeah, just wary of the fire advisory again. So yeah, hope we get some moisture soon.
Okay, Councillor Callister, anything for the roundtable?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have nothing for our directors this morning. Thank you.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to everyone. Pretty quiet in Division 5. A couple of behind the scenes thing this week with some dumping and fire issues on a dead end road. And just thanks to Mr. Stapley and Chief Marshall for their return of my emails and potential solutions to the issue. Other than that, it's all quiet. Thanks very much.
Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, everyone. Just to thank you to all the departments and nothing from anything emergent from Division 4. Thank you.
Thank you. And nothing pressing in Division 1. Everything is looking good. Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair and good morning. Division 2 is quiet. So yes, thank you.
And Councillor McHugh.
Thank you to the chair. Good morning, Foothills, and nothing exciting in Division 7 this morning. Thanks.
Manager Weberg, any updates for us this morning?
Good morning, Council. Just a few updates on our gravel haul stockpiling out to Blackie, and our Tosh gravel pit reclamation is ongoing and the shop's running smoothly and everything's going well. Thank you.
Okay. And Director Kruger.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and Council. Tomorrow's the day we start filling the reservoir. So taps are turning on at 11 o'clock if all goes well. So we'll probably have another update for Council next week, but tomorrow's the big day. That's it for me. Thanks.
Deputy Reeve, I think, has a question for you.
I'm actually back to our Manager Reberg. If you wouldn't mind just to speak about the Tosh pit, as I've seen it several times under a lot of work going on there, seeing the movement. What's the ETA and what's happening with that?
Through the reef to Deputy Reeve. So what's going on there is we're just doing a little bit of work in the winter here, and then as soon as spring comes, we're going to carry on. And if everything goes well and we can carry on, it'll be about 3 months worth of work left there to get it all done and seeded. And
Because there's a really big pile of soil in several locations.
yeah, it's coming. So and as soon as spring comes, we'll get we're going to reclaim Dunn pit. So that's a priority on our side.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And Manager Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Good morning, Mr. Reeve, Council. Just one thing for Council this morning. Just wanted to update you that the Foothills Okotoks Rec Society and New Stadia, excuse me, have been negotiating a 10-year building naming rights agreement, and that with interested party. So hopefully I'll have successful news for Council in that once that agreement has been reached, and that by the Society and New Stadia, and that really helps us with our bottom line, definitely at that facility. So that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. And Director Saulnier.
Good morning, Mr. Reeve. Good morning, Council. This morning, I'm going to give a quick update on our fire risk status. So Foothills County is still currently under a fire restriction, and we'll keep an eye on the conditions and weather forecasts and adjust that accordingly. Calgary Forestry has just moved to an advisory, and burning there is strongly discouraged. With these warm, windy conditions that we have, we also see that this has pushed multiple advisories with our regional partners in Southern Alberta. So Rocky View is currently at an advisory. The Vulcan County is at a restriction. Willow Creek's at a restriction. And to note, Calgary Forestry has invited us to their annual spring mutual aid meeting that's being held in Anton on March 4th. And another note here that the wildfire season formally begins March 1st in Alberta. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, and Manager Stapley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Council. I have sent a few emails to Council regarding the RCMP and changes on their annual performance plan. They now call it a community action plan, so we'll look forward to some discussions on that in the future. I'd also let you know that starting next week, we will be launching our online policing survey, and it will run for 2 weeks. When it launches, I will be fanning links out to the Rural Crime Watch group so that they can share that, and hopefully we get lots of responses.
Okay, thank you. And I look forward to further discussions on that RCMP file a little later today. CEO Payne.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And while we're at Mr. Stapley, I just wonder, Council did receive an email from Mr. Stapley that came from the RCMP asking if we'd like to meet with the commanding officer at the RMA convention in the spring. Mr. Stapley suggested 3 topics, one regarding vacancy rates of rural postings, One regarding operational costs and reporting for our local detachments, and then another to speak to CPO enhanced authorities and the RCMP services provided. I just wonder if council has an appetite for us to request a meeting with the new commanding officer with the RCMP while we're in Edmonton. Sorry.
Deputy Reeve Hall.
Yes, I think those are great topics and we may come up with more. And if we could find out who's going to be in the room, do we have Justice in the room as well? Or are we having specifically RCMP in the room?
Just RCMP. There's likely staff from the Justice Department as well.
Okay, because I think we could probably figure out a few topics. Those are a great start.
Yeah, don't need a motion, just looking for sort of a thumbs up, thumbs down straw poll from council, whether you'd like us to proceed. Okay.
I'm seeing a lot of support. Sounds
you.
good. We look forward to that. Okay, with that, if you don't have anything else on the agenda, thank you for joining us and hope you have a good rest of your day. With that, let's go to B1, Community Standards Bylaw Review, presented by Manager Stapley, or Deputy Director Stapley. Page 3 of our agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In February of 2018, Council requested a review of the Community Standards Bylaw. There was this public consultation undertaken in 2018, and in June of 2022, a draft bylaw was brought forward to Council with several options. It's my understanding that first reading was not obtained at that time, and administration was requested to seek a legal opinion pertaining to the matters of the dark sky bylaw. Due to staff members retiring, the bylaw was never brought back before Council. The Community Standards Bylaw is dated, as it was passed in 2013, and administration believes it does require a fairly comprehensive review. We're looking towards Council to determine if Council would like us to conduct such a review.
Okay, so we do have a possible motion on page 3 there. Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair, and through the chair. I have one question, and that is that admin was to seek legal opinion. Was one obtained?
Your microphone's off.
Sorry, through the chair, I would have to go back and dig through all the notes to determine if a legal opinion was attained specifically to that. There was about 3 binders worth of communication on that topic.
And I'm going to go to CO Payne for some more on that.
Yeah, just a little background for council. Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was a legal opinion sought, and we actually did have 2 representatives from Denton's LLP come into a closed meeting with council to speak to the Community Standards Bylaw and to the Dark Sky Bylaw regarding enforceability of that bylaw. There were a couple of suggestions made. One was to consider adding light trespass as a nuisance to the Community Standards Bylaw, so a nuisance similar to sound nuisances as something that would be prohibited in certain ways. And that was really just to focus on situations where an individual might intentionally direct light into a neighbor's home if there's some kind of neighbor dispute or something like that going on. Whereas the Dark Sky Bylaw, there were a separate set of legal implications and thoughts as to how that could become better enforceable down the road. There were options given to council on the Dark Sky Bylaw, but I might just reserve those comments for a closed session discussion with council in the future. I think what Mr. Stapley is looking for today really is just a thumbs up or thumbs down from council as to whether you'd like us to proceed with starting to review the Community Standards Bylaw. At this point in time, I don't know that the Dark Sky Bylaw necessarily needs to be reviewed as part of that unless council wishes to go that direction. But in the review, something that would happen is Mr. Stapley would take a look at the prior review, the prior legal opinion, and then come back to council with a draft to consider. Something we'd also be asking council for down the road when we bring a draft back is how you'd like us to proceed with the public consultation component. I believe there was some public consultation and an online survey done the last time around. So that information could be brought forward for council to review as well. And that would help you decide how you'd like us to proceed with additional consultation prior to implementing a new bylaw.
Okay, Deputy Reeve Hall.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing this agenda item on. As I have shared previously, there has been some concerns about noise, and I think revisiting the noise aspect of it to see if there's some enforceability for situations where we have creative residents who will cause grief to their neighbors and find a way to kind of bypass what we have written in a number of aspects of that, of our bylaw related to noise. So noise being from excessive ATV use or other measures that neighbors do to each other. So if there's a way for us to encompass some of those concerns, I believe you probably have a list of those areas already, but that would be something I could see being helpful to see if there was a way for us to perhaps make that a little more likely to be able to be enforcing that type of a complaint. And then regarding the dark sky bylaw, I certainly don't want to lose the dark sky bylaw, but if there was something that we could do to enhance that, or if council is willing to look at the bylaw in order to keep it in place and revise it, that would be something that perhaps we could add that to the list at a later date or at some point when it's amenable to council. With the committee, when we were looking at all these options, this was the last time in the council agenda was June 29th, 2022, where we had the full large report to council. That was really considering a number of different options. And since then, the Dark Sky Committee had looked at a number of different bylaw options that are going on within Canada. And there's ordinances from the States, but also within Canada. And then more recently, there's a community in Nova Scotia called Argyle, and they were drafting a dark sky bylaw. So they're quite succinct and slightly worded in a different way. So they're more oriented towards outcomes, whereas ours is a little more policy-like and yet has still the option of a remedial order and the friendly way in which we have been using it, such as education and phone call to initiate change. So I certainly don't want to lose the dark sky bylaw, but if there's a way for us to do it better, we could perhaps have that conversation and decide if we want to capture like trespass in the aspect of the community standards bylaw, or if we would capture that in a revised dark sky bylaw. Either way, it would be nice to have the Dark Sky Committee involved in, it's called, long title is the Dark Sky Stakeholders Working Group, involved in it because we have some experts from the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, and also just including the public in that, because as far as I have seen and see the interest grow, there's been a tremendous interest from our citizens in making sure that bylaw stays in place, and that guidelines of thoughtful neighboring lights is still an issue. So thanks for that. I would be in favor of moving forward with this review, and then hear what the recommendations would be also from the department. Thank you.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the floor. Yes, I would be very curious to see the recommendations from the department's perspective, because you're the ones that see the trends and where the pitfalls in our bylaws are. I mean, we might know of individual situations, but your department has a more comprehensive view of where the problem areas lie and where we need to beef up the bylaws. Just a question so I'm in favor of this motion regarding the use of firearms. Is that bylaw, or is that RCMP or sheriffs, and or a little bit of all three?
So through the chair to the floor, it's definitely a mix. So right now the bylaw does not address noise as it relates to firearms. Improper discharge, unsafe conditions, that is all RCMP. I believe there was a request to review the potential of firearms and noise. However, there becomes a bit of a sticking point we have to be careful with, is that our peace officers are unarmed. We need to be very careful with what we are sending them to deal with.
Yeah, it's just when people are kind of using their property as a firing range, or seemingly, if it's repetitive and ongoing and not just a one-off, it's quite problematic.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Dark skies bylaw is definitely a hot button item in my division, so I would support a review of the current sky bylaw and to see where we could move forward with that bylaw. Thank you.
Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair and through the chair. Yeah, I'm wondering if the legal opinion that was done could be shared with us to see if there's anything in there that we would like further looking at. And at this point, I would make the motion that council directs administration to conduct a complete review of the community standards bylaw.
Okay, we'll take
Thank
that motion. And that legal opinion can be brought back in a due course of time, correct?
Yeah, I might suggest to council that it would be a component of the review that'll come back to council with a wholesome report outlining any proposed amendments or changes and looking for council direction possibly on certain areas of the bylaw.
Okay. Okay, so we have that motion to direct administration to conduct a complete review of the community standards bylaw. Anybody else? Call the question. All those in favor? That motion carries. Okay, let's go to B2, Development Compliance 2025 Year-End Report, page 4 of our agenda. Deputy Director Stapley, please take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So before you today is a year-end report for the development compliance position for 2025. The development compliance position focuses on land use and works very closely with the planning department, building codes, enforcement services, and other provincial agencies. In the report, you can see that in 2025, the DCO managed 27 more calls than in 2024. We are seeing a continued rise in the number of calls over the years since the program was developed in the fall of 2022. We are also seeing an increase in the number of files being carried over every year because the land use files quite often are complex and take a fair amount of time to bring to a conclusion, especially when it has to go through an enforcement process involving stop orders and potentially court injunctions. We did provide a breakdown of the open files, and you see that we have 39% of them are still in a DP process. 4 of them are in a site-specific amendment process. Some of them were opened more recently, and 49% are in the enforcement process at some point. Further information provides the zones showing where the majority of the calls are being received and the types of calls we are receiving. And for 2025, we did see an increase in non-permitted business. We also saw permit violations and setbacks and CCANs being a significant call number. We did conduct a review in 2025 of comparable municipalities as for call load. And what we found was the average for other municipalities that their development compliance is managing about 80 calls per officer. There's not a lot of comparable municipalities to the way we operate, as majority of municipalities seem to have planning officers who do the development compliance when they arise, as it's not quite as common as other bylaw complaints. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Deputy Revol.
Thank you for the report. I really appreciated the way that you broke down the statistics, even the day of the week where you get the most calls and the comparison between 3 years. I think it's really helpful to look at what's been happening and where it's going and the types of situations as well. Don't know if I saw in there, was there one location where you had identified if there was a lot of calls for one person? Did we do any of those types of things in here? I'm trying to see if there was.
Through the chair, we did not identify if there was any frequent complaints from any individual.
Okay.
I don't believe we have that concern with the land use side. We have seen that in the enforcement services side, but
Not so much in this side. Okay, though that's a good point. And interestingly too, the top 3, well, non-permitted business CCANs. So those are the increased CCANs, setbacks, and dark sky calls. So that is really interesting and helpful for us to know the direction we're heading. So thank you for the report.
Okay, anybody else? Questions, comments? If not, I would look for a motion to accept the year-end report as presented. Councillor Callister gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Let's go to B3, Sheep River Health Trust, Radiothon and Avenue of Trees, request for support, page 13. We'll go to Manager Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. So the Sheep River Health Trust, they have submitted their annual request for support for this year's fundraising endeavors. We have recently supported their radiothon in the amount of $2,500. And while we no longer participate in their Avenue of Trees event in November, we have in the past contributed an additional $1,000 to that event as well. I'm not sure that that was noted in your staff report from today. So today, yeah, I'm just looking to see if council was interested in supporting either of those events again this year.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anybody from council? So we have historically supported the amount of $2,500. So I would look for a motion either way to support as we have in the past or otherwise. Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you. It looks like we've really moved away from the other contribution related to the tree event, and that is just due to staff capacity and the efforts related to being part of that. And so perhaps we aren't doing anything, at least that was the current direction, is that we aren't adding any new requests, but we had this one in the past, and I don't know if we need to revisit these or not. But last year, being that it was 2,500, I wouldn't support going to adding back in anything additional, but would like to hear from other council members whether we stay with this or not. Thank you.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Councillor Callister and I were just checking if they had accessed the FCSS funds, and they did for a memory workshop, but not for this. So I think given that there's a precedent for this, sounds like I would give you that motion.
Okay, for $2,500.
Yes.
Okay, I'll take that motion. Anybody else? Call the question. All those in favor? That motion carries. Okay, let's go to B4. Manager Hammond, lovely to have you with us here today. Add accounts receivable invoice to taxes, page 17 of our agenda. Take it away when you're ready.
Thank you very much. And good morning, Mr. Reeve. Good morning, Council. Before you, it's a report to request Council's approval to add an unpaid invoice, invoice number 35568 in the amount of 5,000 to roll number 210-426-7510. This invoice is for a structural fire service that was offered by a fire department, and it was offered last year in April, and we've tried sending multiple requests for payment, and we haven't received payment. And the MGA section 553 allows for this. So I'm just seeking council's approval to add that to the tax roll.
Okay, thank you very much. And this is something we typically do in the past?
It is.
Yes. Sure. Council, anything? Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This was, Mr. Hammond, this is our flat rate thing that we changed a couple of years ago. We were going to go to 10,000 and then we backed off to 5,000 and
through the chair to Councillor Alger. Yes, it is the actual cost of doing rendering the services was about 49,000 but by our bylaw we can only charge 5,000, so it's flat 5,000.
And this was an amount that we suggested that our residents add to their insurance policy to cover this cost.
Through the chair to Councillor Alger, that'll be right.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that.
Okay. Anybody else? Deputy Revol?
Thank you. And how long do we usually take? This is less than a year. How long do we usually take where we keep trying to secure the funds? And I guess in some cases we get a definitive hard no, it's just not going to happen. And then we're here at the council table at this request today. So do we ever go longer to try to secure the funds? And then how expensive is that for us to pay to recover $5,000?
Through the chair to the Deputy Reeve, we have sent three notices with no response from the resident in cases where they've reached back and tried to arrange for some payment plans. We've allowed that as well, but in this case, we haven't heard anything from the landowner for after three tries, sending three notices, notice of like collection notices, and so our only recourse here is to add it to the tax roll.
Thank you. Well, obviously that's a recourse that's helpful because that is something that they can't ignore. But I know there's probably other extenuating circumstances, but thank you for that answer.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I believe we reviewed this case at the Rural Fire Board.
Yes.
So I will give you the motion for that to be added to the roll number.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I'll take that motion as laid out on page 17. Councillor Estes? No? Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Just a question. So if said owner of property was to put the house up for their place up for sale and move, we would be out the money. But if we put it on the tax roll, does have to be cleared off at the sale of a property, right?
That's right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so we have that motion to authorize the invoice for $5,000 to be added to the tax roll. Don't see anybody else, so I will call the question. All those in favor? That motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Director Stapley does have something in closed and we have a little time. So why don't we go into closed and take care of that? Well, so he can go on about his day. So I'd look for a motion to take us into closed. Councillor Estes, all in favor? Motion carries. Welcome back. I will open the public hearing for Gillis, Southwest 320 to West of 5, redesignation from Ag to CR, page 18 of our council agenda. Manager Barrett, would you please introduce council and administration this morning?
Certainly. Good morning. In council this morning, we have Councillor R.D. McHugh, Councillor Benita Estes, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Rob Seward, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Ohl, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor Alan Alger, Councillor John Callister, and Councillor Laura Kendall. Thank you, Mr. Reeve.
Thank you. I will lay out our public hearing procedures for this morning. We will first start with a presentation from our planning officer, today Planning Officer Fernell. After that, we will go to the applicants for any presentation or comments that you wish to share. If there are any members of the public that wish to speak that show up, we will then go to them. And following that, we'll go back for closing comments, starting with the applicants and then to the planning officer. At each step of the phase, council and administration will be given an opportunity to ask questions for clarification and understanding. So with that, Planning Officer Fernell, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you and good morning, Mr. Chair and Council. The subject parcel before you today is located in Division 2. It is on the east side of 144th Street West, north of 434th Ave West, and 845 meters east of the town of Diamond Valley. The application proposes a redesignation of a 4-acre portion of the subject 80.21 agricultural district parcel to country residential district in order to allow the future subdivision of one 4-acre country residential district parcel, leaving a 76.21 acre country residential district balance. On June 26, 2008, the subject parcel was a first parcel out created when a subdivision application was approved creating 2 equal 80-acre parcels. On October 27, 2011, an application for redesignation from agricultural district to country residential district to allow for the subdivision of one 5-acre and one 6-acre country residential parcel, shown on the map in red, leaving a 68.21 acre agricultural district balance parcel, shown shaded in green, was refused. In their consideration of Policy 2 of the Agriculture section of MDP 2010, which states that the MD supports maintaining the integrity of the agricultural land base and discourages the fragmentation of agricultural land, particularly the subdivision of land into smaller parcels. Council did not find sufficient merit in the proposal to consider removing the subject lands from the agricultural district. Council stating there was no justification to further subdivide the quarter section when a first parcel out was previously subdivided from the quarter section. The landowners wanted to appeal the council's decision of refusal as there is no appeal process at the land use stage. The landowners had requested subdivision refusal in order to proceed with taking an appeal before the local subdivision and development appeal board. On January 15, 2014, the subdivision approving authority refused the subdivision application stating, in consideration of Policy 2 of the Agriculture section of MDP 2010, which states that the MD supports maintaining the integrity of the agricultural land base and discourages fragmentation of agricultural land, particularly the subdivision of land into smaller agricultural parcels. The landowners then appealed the subdivision refusal. The appeal was heard by the Subdivision and Development Board on March 6, 2014. The Subdivision and Development Appeal Board denied the appeal and upheld council's decision for a refusal for the following reasons. Based on the testimonies received, the board found that the surrounding area is predominantly zoned as agricultural district, that the quarter section has been previously subdivided, and that the application as proposed would create further fragmentation of that agricultural area. While the board was sympathetic to the landowner's reasons for making the application, they determined that the proposal did not meet the requirements of the current municipal planning rules, and sufficient planning evidence was not presented to justify overturning the council's decision to refuse the application. All the development on the subject property is contained within the balance parcel and contains a dwelling, shown in purple, a greenhouse, shown in royal blue, a garage, shown in orange, a fabric shelter, shown in red, a shed, shown in pink, a sea can, shown in gray, a shed to be removed, shown with a red X, 4 metal tanks used for storage of personal items to be moved to meet setbacks, shown in yellow, a greenhouse, shown in blue, and a water well, shown circled in blue, and a septic system circled in green. The subject parcel is largely flat grassland with some mixed trees in the southeast portion of the balance parcel. There's a drainage course along the southeast portion of the balance parcel, largely for spring runoff. It drains into a dugout to the north. Public Works commented that both the balance and proposed parcels provide a significant area of absorbent landscaping or established greenland, which will provide sufficient infiltration of any increased runoff caused by future lot development. There are also no topographical features present within the proposed lot that would decrease the developable area beyond what is required by the land use bylaw. The proposed approach in the northwest corner of the parcel is currently a field approach, currently providing access off of the east side of 144th Street West. Public Works states that this approach will need to be upgraded to current standards and will provide access to the proposed parcel. The existing approach is accessed on the southwest corner of the subject parcel and will continue to provide access to the balance parcel. The photo on the left middle shows the existing balance approach, and the photo on the bottom middle shows the existing field approach to be upgraded for the proposed parcel. The photos on the right and left show sightlines that are the same for both approaches. Photos of the subject parcel from the top left to the right. On the top left, the approach towards the dwelling. On the top middle, the sea can facing east. On the top right is a fabric covered structure. On the bottom left, the shed that is planned to be removed. On the bottom right, the greenhouse. This application was circulated to all required internal and external agencies. Septic disposal evaluation is to be provided for the proposed 4-acre parcel. Existing field approach will need to be upgraded to current standards. 5 meters was already taken by way of caveat along the full south boundary, along 434th Avenue West, and the west boundary along 144th Street West of the subject parcel, and for road widening purposes. There are no topographical features on the proposed lot that would reduce building areas further than required setbacks. This application was circulated in 2 issues of the Western Wheel publication on January 28th, 2026, and February 4th, 2026. Additionally, area residents within 1/2 mile were circulated as shown on the map. 2 letters of support were received and were included in the staff report. This concludes my presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Council.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council or administration? Seeing, oh, Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through the chair to the floor. On page 27, well, I don't know if that corresponds to what you have, but Appendix A site plan. Do you have that, or is that not part of your? It just shows some blue lines on the topographical map. I just wondered what those sort of represented. I guess it was maybe low water flow.
Through the chair, I think I will defer that to the landowner. To my knowledge, that is the movement of where water flows through the property. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else from council? Seeing none, we will go to the applicant. I believe Tom and Vicky Gillis. Please proceed with any presentation or comment or anything you'd like to share with council this morning.
Yes, I did not have a big presentation because I'm sure you guys get enough of those. All we really wanted to say to council here was that the real reason for us looking to do this is we want to be able to assist our grown children who are just recently left home. We want to be able to provide assistance to them in their future endeavors, you know, marriage possibly. And so that's essentially what we're looking to do, is to provide assistance to them.
Okay. And Vicky, did you have anything more to add? Or?
No, just
Okay.
fully support that as well. Yes, really just not wanting to encroach at all on the rest of our agricultural land, our Saskatoons, our hay, but just acknowledging it's tough for kids these days to have a home. And our daughter specifically works in the community of Turner Valley, Black Diamond, and you know, just wanting to plan if we can, which, you know, that's why we just went with a small piece for an opportunity for a future home someday that we could actually offer to our children. So.
Okay, thank you for that. We will go to council and administration for any questions they may have for you guys. I believe there was a question from Councillor Kendall related to some blue lines on a map. I'll go to Councillor Kendall.
Yes, through the chair to the floor, to the applicant. Do you know the map I'm talking about? It shows your property and then there's some blue lines with arrows.
When I was in discussion with Carrie, we talked about trying to describe the land as in much detail as possible. And one of the concerns we felt was that you may want to know overland runoff sort of thing. Right. And that I was trying to put some lines to show surface water that would flow in which direction.
So did you do the original 80 split there?
That's correct.
And do you still own the other 80?
No, the land originally was purchased. The full quarter was purchased between ourselves and the Keenans. And because the property had two homes on it, we lived in one, they lived in the other. And when we did the initial parcel out or subdivision, they took half and we took the other half. And they currently still live on the other half.
So there's no other subdivisions out of their 80?
Correct.
Yeah. And you grow hay and Saskatoons?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Council administration? I'm not seeing any. So we have nobody registered from the public to speak today. So we will go directly to closing comments. So it feels a little odd. I recognize that, but anything you want to say in closing?
No, I guess not.
Okay. And then we'll go back to Planning Officer Furnell. Any closing comments you have for us today?
I have no closing comments. Thank you.
Okay. And back to Council Administration one last time for any questions. Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through the chair to the applicants. I noticed you've got a couple of letters to support here, but they don't seem to be nearby the adjacent property to you guys. Are your neighbors Keenan's in support of your subdivision?
Yes, actually, our neighbors, the Keenans, who we originally had purchased the subdivision or purchased the full quarter together. And I just got a text the night before last saying that they were all in fully supportive of the subdivision.
All right, thank you.
Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question for our planning officer, just in relation to page 25 of our staff report, where you show a map that indicates the town of Diamond Valley Intermunicipal Development Plan. The area is shaded in light green. Can you just speak to what the plans are for that particular, that landscape there?
Through the chair, are you speaking to the lands outlined in green?
So the land is currently in Foothills County, but it's in an intermunicipal development plan. And I just wonder if there's any overlays on that for future development at this time.
Not to my knowledge at this time. This property is just outside of that green overlay.
But it is an area for discussion. Yes, for sure. Thank you.
I'll go to Dr. Hemingway.
So we have an outdated intermunicipal development plan with the town of Diamond Valley. It was initially adopted in 2002. There are no plans for development within the town of Diamond Valley or Foothills County within that area shown in green on page 25 of your staff report at this time. And we're hoping to, of course, update that plan so that it's more relevant today. But other than circulation and notification, there is nothing in play. No.
Okay, Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair and through the chair to the planning authority. I'm looking at the map here and there is a southwest 0420 of 02. There's a small piece out of the 280 sections. Do we have any idea as to when that would have taken place? It's a 5-acre piece out.
I'm sorry, I had trouble hearing you.
Oh, sorry. 2 sections over from said property. There's 2 pieces and there's a small 5-acre piece out of that. Do we have any idea of when that took place? Thank you.
May, if I can find the right place, I can certainly look it up.
So we know which. So what direction of?
Okay,
from?
we're going west.
Going west.
Going west.
Yeah, 2 sections over from the
Plan is 1996.
Sorry, and what was the
Southwest 04-20-02 W5.
So yeah, there's an 80-acre split and then a 5 out of the south 80.
Yeah.
And that I have in 96.
1996. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else before we close the hearing? Seeing none, I will close the hearing. Thank you all for attending. You are welcome to remain in the back if you want to watch council's deliberations and decision. Alternatively, you can tune in onto the YouTube link found on the county's website. Either way, a decision will be sent to you in mail once council's minutes of today have been ratified next week. Thank you for attending and hope you have a good day. Council, why don't we, or do we need to, do we stay in? We're good? Okay. Why don't we turn to this right now, the 10 o'clock hearing, Gillis, page 18 of our agenda. This is in Division 2, so we'll go to Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. And yes, since this is in Division 2, this is a tough one because it goes against, goes against our growth management and our land use, our municipal development plan of policies 2 and 4. But having looked at the area, it also looks like there are small pieces out of the different sections, particularly the one to the west. So I would look to the rest of council for their thoughts on this too, please. Thank you.
Councillor Kendall.
Through the chair to Director Hemingway. So I know we sort of have this guideline of like one small parcel out of a quarter. Does the same sort of apply to one parcel out of an 80?
Okay, so if we actually look at the policy, both in the agricultural section and the country residential section, then there are guidelines, as you stated. The direction in the municipal development plan states that if council is to be subdividing agricultural land, we'd like it to be as small as it can be, reasonably small as it can be. 80-acre splits are the worst things you can do for ag. 40-acre parcels are the worst things you can do for ag. So if council is wanting to support it, a small parcel out of the corner is advisable and what the guidance does allow. And in the residential section, it speaks to what council should consider when you're rezoning land or taking land out of the agricultural land use district to another land use district. And it talks about the ag resource in the area, the impact on the agricultural land, and of course the cumulative effects of development and all those components. So the guideline is to there is nothing that states you can't take a split in 80 again. The guideline only says that if you're going to subdivide agricultural land, that you minimize the fragmentation of it, which is as small as you can possibly make it, so that the parcel stays intact as much as possible. So I don't know if that answers your question, but.
No, it does. I mean, and that's kind of what I thought, but I just wanted to ask you that. Yeah, I know it's hard to, people want to subdivide for their families and then, always in the back of the mind, it's like, well, what if it doesn't stay in the family? So there's, nobody has a crystal ball in terms of these things. So that's where the difficulty lies, but thank you.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the chair. So immediately, Jason, within the half mile, it's all one parcel outs. And if we take a 5 acre out of this, then this would be the first quarter in this immediate area with 3 parcels. And that is precedent I would not appreciate seeing set. It's obviously 5 acres of good farmland, and as such, that's I wouldn't speak in favor of the motion to subdivide this parcel. Thanks.
Deputy Revol.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just some observations. Definitely proximity to the town, but there's no plans for development at this point, so it's not happening. And then, as was stated, predominantly first parcels out in the area, no second in terms of the fragmentation. And that would be then, as was stated, the third parcel out here. I understand the request and reasons therefore, and appreciate that. Again, just not sure because the agricultural nature there is still productive farmland and it is in the area as well surrounding it. Thank you.
Okay, don't see anybody else up on my list. Are we ready for a motion? Councillor McHugh?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the chair, I would give you the motion to refuse.
Okay, we have that motion to refuse from Councillor McHugh. Anybody else wishing to speak to the motion? I will call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? Okay, motion carries. Okay, we have a little bit of time. Council, let's go to subdivision approving authority. I think we can finish that. So I'd look for a motion to move into subdivision approving authority. From Councillor, I'm just going to call on somebody. Motion, Councillor McHugh. All in favor? Motion carries. We are in subdivision approving. Let's go to E1 Brogden, request for time extension, page 48 of our council agenda. Director Hemingway.
Okay, council, we have a few boundary adjustment issues to deal with under subdivision approving authority. So let's try and explain some of them. The first one, E1, we are looking for a time extension request on a long-term application originally approved in 2015 with a time extension which just recently expired in 2024. This application is cleaning up some bits and pieces of what were old road plans that have now been closed and now need to be consolidated in with adjacent parcels. There is a letter from the applicant's agent attached in your agenda package indicating it is their goal to complete this application this year. They've had some, of course, family issues, as families tend to be. And you can see a good image of the boundary adjustment that needs to occur, I think, in color on page 53, if you have that in your staff report. Little bits and pieces of what were old road plans that want to be consolidated into adjacent properties. So I'm requesting a motion of time extension, or approval of the requested time extension in order to allow for the completion of this boundary adjustment application.
And Deputy Revol.
Thank you. This is in Division 4, and having reviewed the request and the staff report, there is a note that all conditions as listed on the approval above now completed, but they need time to just sort this out. And the request on page 50 would be that this would be approved. And so I would provide a motion for approval for that request for the second time extension.
Okay, I will take that motion to provide that time extension as requested. Anybody else? Call the question. All those in favor? That motion carries. Let's go to E2, Jansen Buchert, Southeast 3, 2229 west of 4, request for boundary adjustment. Page 57 of our agenda. Director Hemingway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a boundary adjustment in Councillor Callister's division, just north of Dunbow Road between two adjacent country residential parcels that will be swapping approximately less 0.9 of an acre. Approximately 0.9 of an acre goes from one parcel to another parcel, basically taking out a road, an access road, which the one parcel doesn't use. It's a little complicated. The best map, I think, in your staff report is the one on 65. Page 65 gives you an idea of that. It's the little triangle from the Johnson property that's going into the Buchart. I'm not sure I say that properly, the Buchart property. The Petersons who utilize that road, their easements are not affected as these are registered on all titles. But the Petersons and the Bucharts currently maintain that road. Jansons have nothing to do with it. So this would actually put the land that is shared and utilized by the Petersons and the Bucharts in the Bucharts property and out of the Jansons property. This is, there is a letter by the applicants, both Jansen and Buchart, in your agenda package. And I have reviewed the conditions. I think this can proceed with the conditions that are imposed. So I'm looking for a motion of approval of the proposed boundary adjustment.
Okay, thank you very much. This is in Division 6. Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through the chair, I would give you that motion to approve.
Okay, take that motion to approve from Councillor Callister. Anybody else? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? That motion carries. Let's go to E3, Cormac, Northwest 22 4 west of 5, request for boundary adjustment, page 70 of our agenda. Director Hemingway.
Thank you, sir. Another application for a boundary adjustment in Deputy Reeve Olds Division. Family landowners own a 30-acre parcel and a 130-acre parcel, and they're basically moving the 30-acre parcel completely over to the west side of the quarter section. They're picking it up and moving it and adding 10 acres onto it. That's how I would describe it best. There isn't a great drawing of it, but if you look at the air photo on page 78, you can see the current 30-acre parcel in the northeast corner of the quarter section. It's going to the big yellow area, which will be a 40-acre parcel on the west side of the quarter section. The approaches stay the same. The land use districts stay the same. There is, of course, a letter in your agenda package on page 79 of the landowners, by the landowners. And all the conditions are a little complicated, but all we're going to do is revise an agreement for acquisition of land along the north boundary, so it makes sense with the new parcels. So the conditions I think are appropriate. If council feels comfortable with it, I'm requesting approval of the proposed boundary adjustment.
We'll go to Councillor of the area, Deputy Reeve Old.
Thank you. And as you see in the letter on page 79, this is working for their family, and they have a chance to change the amount of land for each landowner to landowners within the family. And they did want a little tiny bit more on that left move because they want to retain the pond. But essentially, they're just giving the larger parcel to the one family member, and then the what was the larger parcel would become the 40 acres. So I think you can see that pretty well on that page 78. And it doesn't have any matters that are conflicting with any of our policy. And we do end up with the same number of lots, the same accesses. And so I have no concerns, and I would move a motion towards this boundary adjustment moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, I will take that motion for approval then. Did you hear that correct, Deputy Vole? Motion for approval? Okay. Anybody else? Councillor Kendall.
Through the chair, does this set to, I guess, Director Hemingway, does this set kind of a bad precedent now making a 40-acre parcel, which we were definitely moving away from? Just a question. I know it's already a 30, but.
Well, I mean, that's up to council. It's already there. Like you said, we have a 30-acre parcel already there. So you're not doing anything new other than making it a 40. But does it change anything? That's my question. Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else? Back to you, Councillor Kendall.
The chair, I mean, if we're going to be consistent, I understand they probably have their family reasons why they want to keep it, you know, even Steven, or trying to make things even Steven. But I realize Councillor Ohl already has a motion on the floor, but not sure if anybody would be amenable to making it a smaller parcel. Just my thoughts. Not sure of the topography of the land, if it dictates that it has to be this 40, or whether it's due to land values and estate issues.
We'll go to Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the chair. I think if I'm reading this letter correctly, I think the request for the larger size 40 acres, acknowledging Councillor Kendall's comments, but I think what they're trying to achieve here is to get the dugout in the 40-acre parcel. Adjust points which supplies, I don't know how that dugout supplies water to the house, but that seems to be what's indicated in the note at the bottom. So I would speak in favor of the motion on the floor. Thanks.
Okay, and I'll go back to Deputy Reeve Ohl for more clarity on that.
Thank you. I believe that was clarified by Councillor McHugh, and essentially you can see it on the bottom right. You can see it in a shadowy area there, and it's definitely a little add-on on the letter there. So it can make sense that going from the larger parcel to a smaller parcel in this area, really not a large amount of change, and just encompassing the utility that they're using. It's external use, of course, not internal. Thanks. So I continue moving forward with that motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody else? So we have that motion to approve the boundary adjustment as requested. Seeing nobody else, I will call the question. All those in favor? That motion carries. Okay, motion to go out of subdivision approving authority. Councillor McHugh, all in favor? Motion carries. Moving right along, let's look at minutes. Everybody had a chance to look at the minutes. Any questions, comments, or a motion to approve minutes? Councillor Alger?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I did look through the minutes and I was just wondering on, I'll ask this of Deputy Reeve Ohl on H2. I believe accounts, I think last week that you made the motion and the minutes state that I made the motion. I think I made the motion for the minutes and you made the motion for the accounts. Yeah, okay. So so that just needs to be corrected. And other than that, I looked all through it and it looks fine to me. I'm happy to give you a motion when needed.
Okay, I'll take that motion from you with that minor change. Okay, I will go to Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you. I did ask by email for a couple of minor amendments. I would say they were just textual amendments, not substance amendments. So just it was the name of the land use in Councillor Esta's motion, and just from what was stated to change it to Hamlet Industrial District. Hamlet Industry District, as opposed to what was stated in the minutes. So that, and then a couple of grammatical or space issues that I just suggested. That was it.
Okay, and those changes have been reflected? Okay. Okay, so we do have that motion from Councillor Alger to approve the minutes with those minor adjustments. Don't see anybody else. All those in favor? That motion carries. Let's go to accounts. Anybody not done on accounts yet? Well, let's start with committee reports. Are we ready for committee reports? Councillor Kendall, we'll start with you. You're so excited.
Exciting with committee reports. I have like 3 weeks worth. Okay. Through the chair, my committee reports are on the 15th of January, my cemetery board was canceled. On the 16th and 17th, I and many of my fellow council members attended the Little Bow district, region, what's it called? RMA. The Foothills Little Bow RMA, very enjoyable to get together with our southern neighbors and commune with them a little bit. On the 18th to, I believe it was the 21st, or maybe it started on the 19th. Sorry, I left on the 18th. I attended with Councillors McHugh and Seward, the Agricultural Services Board meeting in Edmonton. Very, yeah, full agenda up there. Learned a lot. It was very rewarding to go. So thank you for that. On the 26th via Zoom, I attended a climate caucus meeting. One of the members was Mayor Knack from Edmonton. So it was just kind of an hour-long meeting about how municipalities, and the ex-councillor Drew Farrell was also a member of the panel. Just kind of a meeting on how municipalities are dealing with climate change issues. I asked a question of the Banff attendee, how they manage, you know, the large eco footprint that tourism has. On this, also on the 26th, the Okotoks IMC, which I was to, I believe, attend, was canceled. On the 27th of January, I went on a ride along with our peace officer, Mr. Bridge. And yeah, rode around with him for half a day, learned a lot about how that whole process works. So that was very enlightening for me as well. Also on the 27th, I attended the Shruck meeting at the Diamond Valley Town Hall. And it was like a couple hours. Yeah, it was again very good. Had a couple members of the public there as well asking questions. On the 29th, I attended the Rural Fire Board meeting and was there when they announced Mr. Marshall's promotion to fire chief. So that was good. It was a very lively, fulsome discussion as well about some of the issues we're facing with the fire board, fire departments, whatnot. Also on the 29th, I via Zoom with Councillor Ohl and Alger in my capacity on the Northwest Rec Board. I attended Jeff. Oh, sorry, we're not reporting on that. On the 30th of January, I was in which I was not required to do, but an optional subdivision, subdivision development approval board training. I'm just kind of the council representative for that, so I did not really need to attend that, but I did attend that via Zoom just to try to get some information. I didn't take the exam, however, but I will do that again in the future if needed. On February 2nd, I met with our economic development officer, Mark Laver. He was conducting a survey as I'm on the economic development board or committee. Just a survey of what my perspective on economic development issues in Foothills. I also attended on that day Sheep River Library, kind of an urgent meeting. There was some board issues there, so I required an extra meeting there. Also via Zoom on that day on the 2nd of February, I attended the Northwest Rec Board meeting, and I have delivered all my donation forms to the Millerville store, the Millerville gas station, and Miss Marple's for my part of the fundraising effort there. On February 3rd, Mr. Callister and I, Councilor Callister and I attended the FCSS application process, I guess you would call it. That was all day, approving requests. On February 5th, I attended in Calgary with some of my council members and admin members here, the Trends in Municipal Law hosted by Brownlee, the legal team. So again, very interesting. On the 8th to the 10th of February, I attended the Tourism Industry Association of Alberta in Edmonton. And again, lots of interesting discussion about tourism and how it affects our local economy. I did bring up a question to the minister, the federal minister at the end, because they were asking about filming, and being that we have just recently discussed that, I mentioned that funding for municipalities is, well, though it's a good tourism idea, you know, from the municipal perspective, we have some questions. So yeah, that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Councillor Callister for committee reports.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My committee reports. So on the 22nd, I attended Joint Health and Safety Committee for terms of reference, just to get ready for the main meeting. On the 22nd, later that day, I attended library board meeting, Okotoks Library Board, in which was discussed a possible expansion of the library into some leased space that they will be taking to the Okotoks Council for discussion, as one of the tenants on the second floor had moved out. So they're looking at maybe expanding the library there. So we'll see how that goes. On the 23rd, Calgary IMC Intermunicipal Committee just discussed for, Calgary, Foothills County items. On the 27th, we had the Joint Health and Safety Committee meeting where we went over trends in issues with joint health and safety for our Public Works Department. Nothing drastic, pretty benign. On the 28th was a regular council meeting. On the 29th, Rural Fire Board, where, as Councillor Kendall mentioned, we welcomed Alex Marshall as the new fire chief. As well, there was some questions left by a member that was unable to attend, so those were carried over to the next fire board meeting. I've attended a couple of open houses for various developments in Division 6. On February 3rd, the Foothills Community Social Services, we reviewed applications for funding for Foothills Community Social Services. Was a full day and very successful there. On February 3rd, later, I had another open house. February 4th, we had a regular council meeting where Division 6 got the traffic circle at the fire hall finally approved, which was quite exciting for me. And February 6th, on a Friday, I had a Zoom meeting with the Economic Development Officer, Mark as well, Mark Laver, to discuss future development in Foothills County. And that is about all I have at the moment. Thank you, sir.
Okay, we are very close to our 11 o'clock. Why don't we just take a short pause and get ready for our 11 o'clock meeting? Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome back. We will turn to C2 on our agenda, Blackie Event Society. I'm just going to go first to Manager Barrett to please introduce council administration.
Certainly. Good morning. In council this morning, you have Councillor R.D. McHugh, Councillor Benita Estes, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Rob Seward, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Ohl, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor Alan Alger, Councillor John Callister, and Councillor Laura Kendall. Thank you.
Welcome this morning. It is an honor to have you guys attend with us today and share a little bit with us. It certainly has been interesting in the last few years to watch the Event Society kind of morph and change and grow, and just the excitement in the community and the support that the community has thrown behind the Blackie Hall and everything happening there. So you guys are here to speak with us regarding the ownership of the hall and some of the deficiencies, and try to help us understand what needs to be done and where we can go and what the desire of the community is. So with that, how about you guys introduce yourselves, each of you guys, because not everybody knows you. And then if you have a presentation, you can proceed and we'll see where we go from there.
I'm pushing it. Good morning. My name is Lana Malmberg, and I'm the treasurer of the Blackie Event Society.
Hello, I'm Margaret Spielman, and I'm the president.
My name's Kelly Malmberg. I'm a director on the board.
Lee Hall, vice president.
Okay, thank you. And if you can just proceed with your presentation you have this morning.
All right, good morning. We've got a presentation here that we hope gives some insight and information on our behalf and opens up for some questions and discussion with all of you. So I'll just read it, and you do have a copy in front of you. I apologize for the length, but we felt it necessary to give all the information. On behalf of the Blackie Event Society, the Blackie Hall, and many community members, we are here today to present some history, insight, and our vision for the future of the Blackie Hall. Blackie has always been a vibrant community in which residents have enjoyed spending time with neighbors. In 1917, the Blackie Auditorium was built to host musical events and social gatherings. Its slogan was, "Blackie Boost for the best, community spirit does the rest." 35 years later, the community knew it was time to upgrade the center, and plans for the new hall were developed. By 1964, the new Blackie Hall was built by the community with blood, sweat, and tears. As always, the community came together and practically paid for the new hall with the inaugural fundraiser, a good old casino night. Over the years, the community has continued to work hard to ensure it had everything it needed to function as a community center, including tables, chairs, kitchen appliances, dishes, etc., as well as pay for all of the bills. The hall has had many boards and governing bodies, all run by community members from the surrounding area. Many service groups, such as the Blackie Lions, Blackie Ladies Community Group, Blackie Gladys Players, federal and provincial elections, as well as personal uses such as weddings, bridal showers, monthly breakfasts, and community events have happened and continue to happen at the Blackie Hall. In 1997, the hamlet of Blackie dissolved and became a part of the Foothills County. With that, the Blackie Hall was taken over by Foothills County and no longer owned by the community. However, the community maintained the building, paying monthly utility bills, electricity, natural gas, repairs and maintenance, staff as a custodian and maintenance, caring for the grounds outside of the building, inside cleaning and repairs and maintenance, and continues these tasks today. Insurance, water, sewer, and garbage is covered currently by Foothills County. All rentals and events are managed by the community of Blackie, Blackie Event Society. With the expansion renovation of the Blackie School, Foothills County deemed the Blackie Hall to be demolished as it was felt it would no longer be needed, citing that it was not up to code and had many violations, safety hazards that made it unreasonable to be maintained. Foothills County provided an engineering report with a list of deficiencies. As well, it was anticipated that the Blackie School would fully meet the needs of the community to replace the hall. After thoroughly reading the Vail engineering report completed for the Foothills County, many questions and concerns came up. For example, it states the hall capacity at 560, but it is designed and as a small community hall, and according to the current fire inspection report, as posted on the wall, is approved for 175 per level, totaling 350. Even this is unrealistic due to the fact that it is not practical to think that an event would host that many people on each level. When asked by user groups, we suggest 175 max. since their guests use both levels as they might mingle from level to level. As the Blackie School renovation expansion is complete and we now understand that it does not meet the needs of Blackie community to replace the Blackie Hall, our community took it upon ourselves to do our own due diligence and research to see if it was possible to get our hall back in good working order. Our first approach was to reach out to the Blackie community in open house style meetings to see if the interest was there to save the hall. The amount of support from the community was overwhelming. So off we started to do some research and fundraising, as well as negotiations with Foothills County to try and work on a plan to keep our hall. We hired our own engineer to provide a report on deficiencies and current state of the hall, as we felt this was our responsibility to our members. With that, we have come up with some discrepancies with the Foothills County reports. This brings us to the questions: what report is correct or reasonable, and what deficiencies are most urgent? We agree the hall needs some upgrades. We had already started fundraising last year, and in just one fundraising event, our community raised just over $20,000. We are also aware that once we own the hall, we would be eligible for grants and funding through programs and eventually AGLC casino licenses. Our vision is to repair the cracks in the foundation as needed, update our washrooms, create wheelchair accessibility, bring our stairs up to code, and just some overall updating of the hall. After watching the previous council meeting in which the sale of the hall was discussed, we felt it was imperative that we come in to share our concerns and look at the reality of the situation. We are not sure how to proceed with the county. Whose responsibility is this to bring the hall up to code? The Foothills County, then hand the ownership over to the group to continue to maintain, or our responsibility to try and get these things done now through fundraising? We are ineligible for grants and funding through the province without ownership of the hall. Also to note that Foothills County told our community group that it would cost upwards of $88,400 for demolition of the hall. This money would go a long ways in the way of upgrades. We have many questions regarding the intent of Foothills County to sell the hall to the Black Event Society for the cost of $1. Who is responsible for the upgrades? What timeline is expected? The hall is currently in use without these upgrades, even so far as to be rented by Elections Canada. Who do we then report to or are responsible to regarding the hall and compliance of any upgrades? What will Foothills County contribute to the hall in the future? Water, sewer, garbage, insurance, property taxes? We are a proud community filled with families that date back to the early 1900s. This is not a fly-by-night group that will disappear in the short term. The families and history of the hall is deep-rooted and full of pride for our community. The town and area are strong in support of the Blackie Hall and all residents of Foothills County. We are asking that Foothills County take into consideration the long history of the Blackie Hall, its importance to the community, the fact that we have been maintaining and operating the hall since Foothills County took ownership, and that it would cost Foothills County a significant amount to tear the hall down. All this in consideration of working with our group and community members to hand the hall back to us in good working condition that meet the deficiencies outlined in engineering reports. In review of our letter to Foothills County on November 18th, 2025, engineering reports. As suggested during the council meeting at minutes 5944, we feel that it may be premature to move forward at this stage, given the significant discrepancies between the two engineering reports. The differences and misunderstandings within the reports need to be addressed before proceeding. For example, Report 1 cites the building capacity at 560, while the fire code limits the upstairs occupancy to 175. Additionally, there were concerns raised regarding asbestos. However, Appendix B of Report 1 indicates that of the 22 areas tested, only 3 spots show very small traces of chrysotile. Hopefully I said that right. 1% in floor tiles, 2% in the gypsum board joint compound in the furnace room. 2, safety and legal concerns. Given these discrepancies, we question whether the council can ethically or legally proceed with the sale of the property, especially if there are unresolved safety code issues, as noted during the meeting at minute 25. It would be ideal if we could collaborate with the council to explore potential solutions and pursue grants to address the necessary improvements to meet safety standards. 3, suitability of the school for community events. While the improvements to the local school have been important for our community, it is clear the school cannot truly meet the needs of the community for events. There are several limitations such as availability, restricted hours, lack of space, inadequate facilities for hosting events, tables, alcohol service, and considerations for gym floor protection, and limited decoration options. These challenges reinforce the importance of maintaining the Blackie Community Hall as the central hub for community activities. It should also be noted that the Blackie Lions Club, whose principal base is and always has been the Blackie Hall, put $50,000 to the school with the understanding that it would meet the needs of the Lions and Blackie community. As well, Foothills County put in $100,000 for this purpose. The school has failed to meet the community needs as an event facility. Utility responsibilities. It was mentioned in the meeting at minutes 21-29 that the county currently pays the hall's water and utilities. However, Blackie Hall has always paid its own electricity and gas bills. The Blackie Hall acknowledges and appreciates the Foothills County purchasing and installing 2 furnaces in 2025 after the hall ones failed. As we move forward, we request that the county continue to cover water, sewer, and garbage services, as these are essential for the hall's continued operation. Property taxes would be the responsibility of the Blackie Hall under the Alberta Copter Program for nonprofit exemptions. Commitment to the hall's future. During the council meeting at 4754, it was stated that while we are a keen group, we lack a track record, and there are concerns that we might walk away from the hall, ultimately passing responsibility back to the county. While it is impossible to guarantee the future, we can certainly stand by our strong and proud past. The Blackie Community Hall has been the heart of the community for over 60 years, fostering connection and unity, and we are dedicated to preserving the legacy. Insurance and compliance. We are currently insured under the county and inspected yearly with no compliance issues. This raises questions as to the severity of the discrepancies and initial proposal of demolition. Fire inspection. We are subject to yearly fire inspections at the hall, which we have passed yearly with minor corrections. Blackie Events Society assets and inventory. As of December 2025, Blackie Events Society assets and inventory at the hall is valued at just over $86,000. This is inventory purchased and maintained over the years by the Lions Club, local groups and donations. Items include things such as tables, chairs, dishes and cutlery, kitchen equipment, etc. This is a significant amount of inventory and value to the community. In summary, when the dust settles and we pass the obstacles of the deficiencies, our goal is to have a full unconditional ownership of the hall with no conditions, limitations, or liability from the Foothills County. Options that we would like to discuss. 1, Foothills County corrects the deficiencies listed in their engineering report and sell the hall to the Blackie Events Society for the purchase price of $1, free and clear with unconditional ownership. 2, Foothills County gives in kind a donation of the estimated value of demolition cost $88,000 and sell the hall to the Blackie Events Society for the purchase price of $1, free and clear with unconditional ownership. At this point, we would follow our own engineering report and correct the deficiencies as we see fit in due course. From the Blackie Events Society and Blackie community, we thank you very much for your time and consideration with this very important matter. We look forward to open discussion and hope we can answer all of your questions and work together to keep the Blackie Hall a vital part of our community. Sorry, long.
No, that's good. It's good to know some history and understand it. Anybody else in your team have anything to add before we go to council?
I always add. I just wanted to point out just a few things more recently. I'm kind of a stats person. Prior to the report number 1, where rumors got out that the hall was condemned, prior to that, the hall was being rented at least average 20 plus times a year. So that's more than, well, just around twice a month. I'm not counting summer because in the farms, we don't really count summers a month. In any case, so, we were renting the hall. It was very, very busy. As well, we wanted you to know that this isn't some type of business for us. This hall is still a place where we donate that space, and the Lions work to do 6 breakfasts a month, 6 breakfasts a year for the community, where we have people from Blackie, High River, and area all coming out to support our meals. And those also are sponsored by outsiders. Therefore, again, it's, I don't know, a real accomplishment, I think, something to be proud of. And we also offer free usage to groups such as the 4-H that will be doing their public speaking there as well as practicing there. So it definitely is a community event center.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps just a couple of questions or comments I might add before I go to the rest of council. So when I'm looking at the summary, two different options there, I assume probably option one is the preferred route that you guys are thinking?
I think so. I mean, if it's going to cost you to tear it down and it's legally, if you're saying it's deficient and you own it, it seems logical to fix it before you sell it,
Right.
possibly.
So the county, I guess a year ago, put new furnaces in there. Now that money actually came out of reserves that were donated specifically for upgrades to the hall by somebody from in the community. But beyond that, what repairs, maintenance has the county done to this hall that you can talk about?
Yeah.
Sorry, Rob, did you mention what you guys have put in since you've taken over, since the village was?
Yeah, like what kind
I
of,
don't
what
think
kind
you
of
guys,
maintenance?
I don't think you put a
repairs?
cent into that hall, with the exception of those two furnaces.
Okay.
Also to note, we have a hired maintenance person that we pay $400 a month who looks after it. We have maintained all those costs. The utility bills of, gas and electricity is quite high. Repairs and maintenance, we've done that as a community ourselves. So we've had to fundraise. We were down quite low on reserves until we did a fundraiser. We're doing moderately well now, not enough to go take on big projects. We certainly plan on fundraising more. We've looked at grants. I'm with the Ag Society as well, and I know there's lots of grants because I've done them through the Blackie Ag Society. But we can't do that without owning the hall. There's restrictions on that. We'd have to wait 2 years minimum 2 years to get an AGLC license for casinos. Once we own the hall, there's a requirement of a 2-year waiting period. So there are options for us, and we also plan to have more fundraisers. We've had a huge outreach of our local community. We haven't done another fundraiser. The first one went over so well. We know the second one will be large, but until we own the hall, we're sitting in limbo. There's no point in raising a whole bunch of money when we don't own it and can't proceed with doing anything. We want to be able to say, this is the projects, this is what we're doing, reach out to some local businesses, have fundraisers.
Okay. Let's talk about occupancy. So 175 per level is the fire code, but the report used 560. Any idea where they came up with 560? Our report. Okay, fair enough.
There's no way you'd put that many people. 175 for the whole building is a lot of people. We had 180 at our last fundraiser, and it is packed.
180, both floors.
Total building. It's a lot. So we've capped ourselves at that. We're not sure where the 560 came from, and the fire inspector has said 175 per level, but we just can't do that.
Okay. And in terms of time frame for doing any upgrades, that sort of thing, any expected upgrades are not going to hold you back from hosting events until, like, you can still operate today, no concerns that way.
The things that look like that we see are the biggest deficiencies or that need correcting are the stairs because they're uneven on the way down. I think that's an important one. That doesn't seem like it'd be too long of a fix, that one. The bathrooms definitely need an upgrade and they're not wheelchair accessible. And we'd like to look at putting a bathroom upstairs as well. Wheelchair accessibility, Lee's kind of looked into that. Obviously those things would take some time. We're not as busy in the summer in the hall. It gets rented for like wedding receptions, bridal showers, but the winter is the busier time for sure, when the farmers are not as busy.
Okay. That's all the question, but just wanted to make one point of clarification. On page 4, you talked about the money donated by the Lions Club and by the county. It was actually 500,000 that the county paid for the school. And it was not from taxpayer dollars. It was from MR funds, which come from developers when land is developed, and there's very limited usage of those funds. Schools being one of the biggest opportunities, and that donation and the donation from the Lions Club I think was the big piece in what drove the renovation of the school. And it was successful in getting that looked after. So that was good.
And just a note, we're very happy that the school has been renovated. Please don't think that we're not on side with that. But I think the understanding was it would be replacing the hall, and the Lions definitely felt that way. And not to say they wouldn't have supported the school in a monetary fashion as well, but I think that that's where their understanding was.
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead, Mr. Spielman.
I was just going to speak on that. The school and the hall are working very closely together. For an example, the school does not have enough tables, believe it or not. I actually have been there and we counted the available tables. There's only 13 tables, so that's not even enough for their own events. They come to the hall and borrow from us. There are times that we need things, we go borrow from them. So we are working very closely together. As far as rentals, again, there are different things. The school has always been used and rented out to the community for gym purposes. So that would be for ladies volleyball, pickleball, dryland training, and then quite often for birthday parties for children. Again, strictly the gym. There has never been an event at the school that would have been in a hall, such as a wedding, shower, cabaret, or any event like that. So we work together. We're not conflicting.
I'm going to go to Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the Blackie residents. I too am from a small community to the west in West Foothills. Square Butte Hall is my local hall. Sounds very similar in some of the issues we face. So the county looks after the insurance. At this point, doesn't insurance people, aren't they usually the ones that say, oh no, we won't insure this because of X, Y, and Z? So what is up there?
That was one of our questions. It's under the Foothills County, the insurance. We do not have the insurance. They come in every year and do an inspection and we pass. So you would have to answer that.
I was just going to mention the last inspection, when they came out, they did look at a few things, but the only thing that had to be fixed before we could continue to operate as we were was to put a handrail up to a storage area where Blackie Gladys players used to store all of their items. That was the only thing. And instantly we put up the handrail, done. We've met all of the expectations always. And the fire code as well.
Thank you. So, I mean, some building, like, did you do the repairs to the cracks? I think I seem to remember, because you're sort of in limbo now, but that's one thing you would like to do as well, the cracks, yeah. Is there a lot of water table issues there? No, thank you.
As far as the water before, there was a missing drain spout on the side of the building and the water was running straight down in. Since that was corrected, we've not had any water in. There is a few cracks that we would like to address, but we've never had an issue if in your own house, if you have the water running straight down, could be an issue.
We'll go to Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So through the chair to the community board, if we're looking at the municipal engineer's report and we achieve what's those deficiencies that are in there, does that address the improvements that you're looking for? So I just can't remember what was in that engineering report, but you stated that bathrooms, wheelchair, and stairs is your main priorities. So if the points in the engineering report from the municipality are addressed, does that achieve covering your goals that you're looking at for improvements?
I don't know if you have the report. It's page 6. It's the conclusions. Blackie Hall concrete walls would be fixed. That is the number 1 point. Number 2, they talk about the asbestos and the paint. Oh, and the per person rate ratio. Those are things that can be looked at. We would not have put those on our top of the list because again, anybody who has property that's built in like 70s or older, you know that there's a potential for asbestos. I'm not saying that's okay, but when I read the report and it was in the 22 spots, and I go to the hall, I looked at the spots in which children are, I'm a teacher, so kids come first, no offense to people, but I look at those spots and there were no areas that people mingle. They were not in danger. You would actually have to go into the furnace room, which is closed off, to be at the one of the 3 spots that they had a 1% hint of asbestos. So that was not number one, our priority. If it was to be fixed, I guess that would be great. But according to what I read, you should just resurface and not touch it. Correct? I mean, that's like when you look at asbestos and it's only 1%, you cover and go on. The rest of them were the bathrooms, mechanical issues. Some of those, again, they do not deal with the day-to-day functioning of the hall. On the big wish list, I guess they could be things, but becoming wheelchair accessible, that is huge. I mean, we had one member of our community who was one of the original people who participated in the first time that they got the community to build this hall. She went out and painted pictures and we sold them to raise money. She wants it wheelchair accessible because our seniors want to be able to use both levels. Now, we've thought about putting a bathroom upstairs. So if there was a senior, they would be able to get to a bathroom regardless of which level they were on. So, I mean, accessibility is number one. Making sure the hall, the cracks are filled, yes. We know that the bathrooms are a concern, and I bet your hall as well. If we were to go with the Canadian Code of Bathroom Conduct, I don't know what it's called, but it's very intense. Very few community volunteer buildings have 5 bathrooms for every female for 150 females. We would upgrade them. We would have more bathrooms. Definitely, that would be a goal. I don't know if that answered the question, but I would not say everything on that report. No, that report is intense. You know, the leveling, I don't know. You could look at it. It's intense. It's not for the day-to-day. Let's get going. Let's get this hall working.
Okay, thanks for that. So that's kind of what I wanted to clarify is we don't have matching goals between, for summary point number 1, it doesn't really kind of align and fix the situation. You would still have discrepancies if we did that. But so through the chair to CEO Payne, just a point of clarity. The on the grant fund. So can we not pursue the CFIP grant with the municipality owning the building and the community group making the application? Is that not a possibility?
If I may, Mr. Chair, yeah, no, that is a possibility for sure. If there was interest in preparing a CFEP grant application, I believe we'd had that discussion in the past as well as an option where the Blackie Event Society would take some of the fundraising proceeds and match that to the grant. But there was also a secondary request for council to consider providing some funding for matching a larger grant that would deal with all of the sort of safety codes issues that would be required in order for that hall to operate as is, with the Event Society operating and owning it versus the county owning it and the Event Society continuing to operate it. So my understanding is the concern from the Event Society is the way that the purchase and sale agreement was written, where it says, yeah, you can have it for $1, but you take on all the liability of the issues that we know exist, rather than dealing with those issues up front and then making the transfer of ownership at that point in time, which is maybe a good conversation for council to have today in terms of how you'd like to approach that. There are two two options in the letter that was provided by the Event Society and the members with us today. But maybe there's other options, and that could include something like working collaboratively to apply for a CFEP grant, and perhaps to consider some matching funding if council were to wish to do that. If council wants maybe just to provide some upfront information for council, if you wish to consider providing some matching funding at some point as part of your deliberations or your discussion, I'll just remind council that recently there was a former MR property that sold just to the northwest of High River. The proceeds from that funding now have to go into our public reserve account. So that provides council with quite a bit of funding flexibility if you wish to go there to provide some assistance from that fund. And just so that all of council's aware, years ago, there was a discussion that I had with municipal affairs regarding the use of public reserves. And there's two forms of public reserves, and the REIF alluded to the first one, and that's how we helped fund the school investment of $500,000. That came from public reserve. That public reserve account is maintained by allocation of reserve requirements through the development, subdivision and development process. So 10% of a property is required to come to the county as municipal reserve dedication. If it's not a physical dedication by way of land, then cash in lieu can be taken on a subdivision for that 10% value, and typically use an assessed or an appraised value. And that comes into the county. Those funds can only be used for schools, parks, and then a buffer between, say, a road and a park or a school. It's very limited in terms of what you can use those funds for. However, when you sell an MR and you take funds in as a result of that sale from a municipal reserve property, there's then flexibility to provide funding to community type activities as long as they're going to maintain access to the general public in perpetuity. So those funds, I guess what I'm saying from that recent sale, could be utilized for something like this or other community projects that have a community and recreation events type activity coming from them. So this is something, if council wanted to support it, it could be supported through that type of funding if you wish to do that. And I'll just stop there. I see one of the presenters asking for a comment.
Just wanted,
Go ahead.
I just want to add one point, because I don't want you to feel that report 1, which was done by the county, report 2, which was done by us. Again, I'm not trying to make one better than the other. In this case, the county is having a building that is a government building assessed. And I know, at least from what I've heard, that you have far more hoops to jump through because it's a government building. So when we look at report number 1, they are looking to bring it up to par in the government expectations, whereas we are a community group and it is a different set of rules that they do have for non-government buildings. So just so that, again, that's why I think there is such a difference, is because the purpose of the report.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
The other thing is between the two reports, when we put in our little spiel here about, options 1 and 2, we're not saying one report or the other. We would be totally willing to have a discussion on balancing between the two reports. I think that's where we're trying to go with this, is because there's a spread, is we'd love to sit down with the county and say, how do we work with this, and what's important, what's mandatory, what's necessary, what's feasible, timeline, financially, all that stuff. So we'd really love to see a balance between the two reports.
Okay. Anyone see O'Payne again?
Yeah, and just for all of council, I could maybe just provide a really brief overview of the history of some discussions that have taken place on the Blackie Community Hall, because there's actually 3 reports The first report came, I can't even remember, 2011, 2012, somewhere in there. There was a request from the hall board at the time to provide funding to do some upgrades as a result of an insurance inspection that had taken place. And at the same time, Red Deer Lake Hall had some issues that were being addressed as well. So council directed staff to take on Vail Engineering and have them do an engineering report for both of the facilities at the same time. And that's where that first Vail Engineering report came in. That was recommending dealing with spalling in the foundation, the stairs, bathroom accessibilities for wheelchairs, those sorts of things all came up in that first report. About the same time, the school division started talking about renovations to the Blackie School. And there was quite a process that took place looking at the school. It had more space than was needed for the attendees at the school at the time. So the province ran a process, and I don't recall what the name of it was, but it was an assessment to look at what the best use of the school would be down the road, given there was some residual space in the school. At that time, council had directed that we would invest in that project and try and set up a space that could accommodate many of the events that were taking place at the Blackie Hall and utilize the kitchen there as an opportunity as well, in order to keep the school in Blackie and to have it function as what they were calling a community hub at the time. So that investment was made, the school was renovated, and then it was found that it was actually operationally quite difficult having to move tables and chairs and everything back and forth between the two buildings because there wasn't adequate storage space in the school. And then at that time, council had directed staff to commission a report, and it was really intended for demolition purposes to say what environmental risks are there in the building in terms of asbestos, in terms of various metals in paint, those sorts of things. And that's where the second report that the county had came from. And then as a third report, the community itself had a report done to look at some of the issues and come up with some alternative solutions. And I would agree with Ms. Spielman. At the end of the day, the important thing is to make sure that whatever's done to that building, if council wants to see it maintained there, is done. It's stamped by an engineer and it meets safety codes obligations. So we could talk all day about the difference between the reports, but at the end of the day, if we want to leave the building available to the community for use, we just need to make sure that there's a professional engineer that's going to sign off on what's done there, and that the safety codes folks responsible for issuing building and safety code permits and making sure we're meeting fire codes and occupancy requirements, that all of those sign-offs take place prior to transfer. So just wanted to share with council that those are some of the sort of historical items we've talked about. The last motion that was provided, Sherry just sent that to me, was that council acknowledge the request from Blackie Event Society and authorize administration to enter into an agreement to transfer ownership of the Blackie Community Hall from Foothills County to the Blackie Event Society, subject to certain terms. And that was price of $1. County would take on the legal fees, but all responsibilities for upgrades and meeting codes would be transferred to the society. So that's why the folks are sitting here today, asking for maybe some alternative consideration by council.
Okay, anyway, Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a comment. I know it's hard to compare apples to oranges, but and Square Butte Hall is not owned by the county. We've managed to maintain our own ownership. So a little bit different, but I think the county does pay for insurance. But anyways, just an observation, if it's valid, is that I think you have a real strong suit for your sustainability, because we don't have a Lions committee, or committee, is that what it's called? And the fact that the Lions donated, what was it, 50,000? We don't have anything like that on our side. All we have events, rentals, and the AGLC. And somehow we managed to bumble along, and it's not easy, but I'm just thinking from your sustainability point of view and the fact that you've, you did the $20,000 fundraiser, that's huge. Yeah, I think in terms of sustainability, just from a glance, that you have a real shot at sustaining and maintaining what you have. I feel like your community is very strong, just from that glance there.
Go ahead, Ms. Spielman.
I just wanted to reply to you because it is really exciting. As we started becoming active again, rentals have gone up from 7 in 2024 to 14 this year. And that's not counting, say, the pancake breakfasts and things like that. I've also been doing tours for potential brides, as well as a couple different religious groups that wanted to come out. And I can't tell you how excited they were. They're just in awe of this space because it's so big and so beautiful. And they've said so clean. They're very impressed with just the overall look of the building. So I think we have, a lot of potential.
Thanks. I'm going to go to Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll send this over to Mr. Payne. So on the handout, we have a email to you from Mrs. Spielman with a link to the county website for the Blackie Hall report number 2. And I can't find it on the website. So I'm wondering, is there another way you could send the link so we can access that? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm looking at Director Saulnier to see if he's got that report handy and it could be sent. Yeah, I'm just looking for the digital copy so we can forward that around to council for consumption as well. I think Mr. Saulnier may have it. If not, I can dig it up here while we're discussing as well.
Okay. Okay, back to Councillor McHugh.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and through the chair to the community board. So in our summary, we have two options, and what I am hearing from the expressions today is that you would be amenable to getting things better aligned with the goals of the municipality and goals of the community board. So is it fair to suggest that there might be a third possibility here where administration meets with community board, gets the goals aligned for what the upgrades are necessary for the community events group, and align that with safety codes as a step one? I guess I'm just asking, are these the only two, or can we build on a third option here as maybe a go forwards?
We are 100% willing to have other options on the table. We were just trying to lay out where we felt we were at this point, but we're more than willing to discuss with you and any further options.
Go ahead.
Okay, thanks for that. So just historically, and this is how a lot of our recreation boards work, is if there was having some familiarity, I'm by no means a wizard on the CFIP grant, but generally if they're doing a playground, communities put up a certain amount of money. There can be in-kind contributions, all of that good stuff. And then generally the municipality, in the past, there is some history of community groups raising funds and community groups raising funds, municipality matching. And I just see that as the best way to leverage these grants. I think CEO Payne can speak to the levels of these grants, but so if you have an example where the grant is 100 grand and the community groups raises 25, the municipality matches, that's 50, and you get 50 out of the grant. I just see that as the trifecta win solution here for being the most responsible for the municipality, leveraging grants that are available. And then then the challenge goes out. You guys raise 100,000, maybe that puts us on the hook for 100,000. Maybe we can leverage the reserve funds so that it isn't a burden to our taxpayers. And I can't say I'm not committing to 100. That is not a commitment. I'm just using that as an example. But it's inspiration for the community groups to raise max dollars to receive matching max dollars potentially from the municipality. So I think there is a third option here, and just not sure how that forms up entirely, but I think there's a basis of a discussion here to proceed forwards. Thanks.
Okay. I don't see anybody else. I see shaking heads, but I think there's lots of discussions to go forward and figure out the direction. I don't see anybody else asking questions. So perhaps any closing comments? Council will be discussing this at some point today, probably after lunch by looking at the time now, but any final comments you want to share with council before they start discussing?
I guess we just say thank you very much for your time, and I guess we look forward to hearing from you and having some open discussion and get this going sooner than later so that we can make a plan. Like I said, we are in limbo. Once we get this into our name, we're eligible for a lot more things. We can't start that process until it is. So thank you very much.
Okay. And thank you all for coming. We really appreciate it. And we really appreciate your contributions to the community. It is great to see. Anybody who's not been out to a Blackie community breakfast, it is a wonderful thing. And it's great to see the work put in to support other initiatives in the community. So thank you very much. Go ahead.
A little plug for the Blackie Lions, like I know I'm not supposed to call you Rob, but for the chair, Blackie Lions Club's one of the stronger Lions clubs in the community. We have a strong group of about 28 to 30 members. We do a lot in the community, and that hall is very important to our Blackie Lions Club, which we're able to put on breakfasts, Tom and Jerry's, which is a separate group. But we are a very devoted community, and the Lions are a big reason that we're doing so well with that. So.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. We really appreciate it. And we will be in touch. So council, we do have a hard deadline at 12, and I think this discussion will likely take more than 10 minutes allotted. So how about we just go back to committee reports and carry on until our time is up. We'll go to Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very little in my program. There was a couple of meetings that were canceled. Town of Okotoks IMC. Historical Committee, we also canceled for kind of lack of new things on the agenda. So we decided to wait till the spring. As you've heard before through the Historical Society, the University of Calgary is doing quite a project on the oil business in the Foothills region. So we're hoping to get a report from them again in the spring. Also on the 2nd of February, attended the Northwest Foothills Recreation Board. We did our AGM, followed by a regular meeting. We re-elected Rob Bell as our chair, Jared Jenke as our vice chair, and welcomed a new member, Colin Hill. And again, just ongoing fundraising chats that we had dealing with Seaman Sports Park. Also met with our economic development officer last Tuesday and had a chat with him. We got kind of cut short. We were a little longer than we had planned for. So I'll probably meet up with him again this week and kind of finish. And other than that, just a couple of DeWinton Community Association meetings, unofficial. And that's all I had. Thank you.
Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A few to report on since the 23rd. Had, as was mentioned, the Foothills County City of Calgary IMC, and we did confirm our co-chairs at that, which we do have from our side, Councillor Alan Alger. So thank you for taking that on. We did, I haven't reported since the 23rd. Okay. So it was mentioned that we also had other discussions, and that would include terms of reference and other ongoing topics of interest between the communities. So that's all I'll share on that one. As a part of my Bow River Basin Council committee, I also attend the Office of the Chief Scientist for province of Alberta has ongoing related webinars, and I attended two of them. One is the lurking threats from aquatic invasive species in Alberta, which was very interesting. And there is, of course, a lot of things going on in Alberta to pay attention to. And they are the things that move around from waterway to waterway from various provinces. And we're trying to stop that from coming in and taking over in Alberta. It's very, very serious, the consequences. In particular, there's 3 types of mussels: zebra, quagga, and golden. And then we get into other types of moving critters, which would be the flowering rush. And so that'd be plant life, but then we also have fish coming up. European reed, pale yellow iris, Himalayan balsam, purple loosestrife, curly leaf pondweed, Chinese mystery snail. Prussian carp is a big deal, and that is mentioned because it has really been a surprise and continuing growing concern in Frank Lake. And it is throughout the province. It's quite something that would be interesting if you're interested to learn more about it, to check out that information on the province's website. They do have some stuff on that. But again, people continue to release their pets into the wild, including goldfish, koi fish, and then we have additional fish as well. So there is a number of initiatives going on, the Clean, Drain, and Dry initiative, and also to stop the intentional release and live transfer of some of the issues they said that come in the pet stores, including moss, balls, and other species that are dumped, including the fish, of course, and animals. And they need partners. So they continue to want to keep the information flowing. And in case you don't know, they produce some really great information that they share with the public. And one is this little book. It's a pocket guide to aquatic invasive species that you can pick up a number of different things in plants. And there's other alternative, really great work that they're doing. So I probably speak the most about this one because it's going to need a teamwork to stop that stuff from spreading. The other one that I attended was based on the summation of fisheries ecology in Western Canada, and they're trying to attempt the science that they're learning to policy and continue to work so that there is ways to understand the impacts from the use of the fisheries, the stocking of the fisheries, and all the things that relate to that health of that particular area in province of Alberta, but it also ties together with our neighboring provinces. So that's all I'll say on that. Also had attended the fire board meeting that would be the 29th of January. And in that we had a number of very interesting topics, including update on fire advisory now to a higher level of restriction. As was mentioned, the welcome to the new fire chief. The 2025 year in review was very well done. Put together a report as to the impact. You can see all this on the recording if anyone has any interest. Community Connect is a new program that is going to be rolling out, and that's where we're going to be accessing our fire and fireworks permitting process. So it'll be linked on the website, but it is something that is a module within the fire department. So it's going to be very well tied together and helpful for just keeping everything really organized and connecting to emergency services, a number of really good reasons. We also talked about decommissioning some gear that will be donated. And we looked at a type of camera that's useful and very important. Technology has really changed in the scale and size of these technology, which is a thermal imaging camera, which is used by the fire department as they attend the different events, but they are really important to that protection and service delivery. And of course, visibility is really difficult and when the service delivery is a fire. We also talked about a rapid response vehicle and a topic which came to council as well, which was the use of the sirens and lights, which typically is different within the fire department, and they follow special guidelines that are attributed to that particular service. And AHS has just wanted to share that they're going to be delivering service in a slightly different manner, and they just brought that out for consideration for discussion, but is not imposing a change upon us. And yeah, I guess that was kind of the higher level plus questions and answers. So it was a great combination of sharing back and forth between the presenters and the members present. And as was stated, we had the Northwest Foothills Recreation Board Annual General Meeting that just got us all lined up in terms of all of our continuing volunteerism. So we thank all of our community members who are joining us on the board and continue to join in at our meetings. And as Councillor Elgin mentioned, there was a great discussion for collaboration, and also Councillor Kendall mentioned our ongoing fundraising efforts and really trying to nail down our direction for this year, 2025. So wonderful ideas were flowing, and we're looking at some signage and other things to just really get out to the community and create awareness on what's all happening there and sharing our goals and information. So we look forward to that ongoing throughout this year. Then also attended with our economic development officer. That was on the 6th for me as well, and appreciated the dialogue. So look forward to the outcome, which is going to be some summary in relation to our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and challenges. And just heading over to the last couple here. Attended Mayors and Reeves along with Reeves Seward. And that was great to hear perspectives from the Southern Alberta community. Always interesting to hear the dynamics and hearing from reports from RMA, AM, so rural municipalities of Alberta and the Alberta municipalities. They had both had representatives there. There was reports from the MLAs at this attendance here. Not everyone was able to attend, but there was a good, always a good representation there, and a report from the now Minister of Environment, who is an MLA from Southern Alberta. And then a great roundtable discussions, including library boards and invasive species, and really wanting to look at policing was a hot topic at the discussion there. And lastly, had on the 9th of February was the Emergency Advisory Committee meeting, and that included a recap on having accomplished our emergency management bylaw, which was passed in December, but also then following, we do have an additional new member. So we welcomed our Councillor Este as the third council member on that committee to that meeting. We saw an update from our from Mr. Mike Pearl, who's involved in managing that area. And we looked at plans and programs. So we looked at records management and flood plan review. And there's a lot of, we're coming into the busy time of year, so there's lots of action going to be taking place regarding municipalities coordinating and also coordinating with the province. So we look forward to what will be taking place and identifying risks and doing plan scenarios, tabletop exercises coming up again, as well as wildfire considerations, hazard identifications, and we also did take part in a local officials course, which was just recalled for the aspect of training, as training is a big deal with this area. And upcoming training is going to be continuing to get members from Foothills County up to training standards that would just help the county to be able to react really well in the event of emergencies, and also doing that in various different means. That is very helpful to getting the most participation possible. So that's all I'll share at this point. That concludes my reports. Thank you.
Okay, I'd look for a motion then to break for lunch. Councillor Estes, all in favor? Motion carries. Welcome back. Are we ready with the counts? Okay. Anybody on accounts, questions, comments, or a motion? Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may, just before we go to accounts, just for the record, I didn't go back far enough in my committee reports. I looked back in the minutes, and so I would just add that on the 22nd of January that I attended the West Winds Strategic Planning Committee. And on Friday, I attended the Calgary IMC, as was spoken to, and I also, Friday night, I attended the West Winds board dinner. So I'd like to add those into the minutes for my committee reports. And I also looked at the accounts and have no comments. And if nobody else has any comments, I'll give you the motion to approve the accounts this week. Thank you.
Okay, I'll take that. Councillor Kendall.
Did you want to do that motion first? I just have,
Something different?
it's just a addition to my committee reports.
Okay, we'll
Like
come
sort
back.
of so you can come back.
We'll come back. Okay, so we have that motion from Councillor Alger to approve the accounts for today. Okay, no further questions. All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, let's go back to committee reports. Councillor Kendall, you had something to add?
It wasn't an official committee report, but I just wanted to mention that Councillor Estes and I went to the Friends of the Bar U fundraiser event here at the community center. What's it called? The Memorial Center in High River. Their annual fundraising where they honor pioneer families. So that was a great fundraiser. There was a live artist there doing a painting, which they auctioned off. And I also attended the masquerade dance at the Square Butte Hall last Saturday.
Okay, committee reports for myself. Attended this is going back even a full month now, I guess. Attended the Foothills Little Bow Municipal Association. That's already been spoken to. So our resolution regarding removal of the Growth Management Board from the MGA, that did pass with flying colors. So that'll be going to the RMA in March. Emergency Advisory Committee, Deputy Ohl spoke to that. I think she kind of covered that. Mayor's Reeves meeting, Deputy Ohl kind of covered that. Policing was the topic of the day there for sure. Not official, but I did also meet with Economic Development Officer to do that SWOT analysis, as many of you have already mentioned. It was great to have that conversation about the future of economic development in Foothills County. Also unofficial, I attended a meeting with CAO Payne and a couple from the High River as we looked at the audio component in this room and see how we can improve that. And so the decision was made that we'll go out to get a professional evaluation of what is needed to improve the audio in this room. In additional non-official, I attended the Alberta Federation of Agriculture, AGM. That just kind of stems out of my involvement in the ASB. It was interesting to hear the things that they are lobbying on and working towards. I guess back to official was attended the Calgary IMC. That's been spoken to. The one I guess I will spend some time on was the ASB convention up in Edmonton, as well as a number of ASB provincial committee meetings over the past month. And maybe I'll just kind of combine a bunch of those things. So at the conference, there was a number of resolutions passed. So first off, our own, I guess, service board's resolution regarding DEF changes to the diesel exhaust fluid. That resolution did pass very well. So that'll be going to the federal government for changes to the DEF regulations. Okay, the next one was withdrawn. Rural water distribution and connectivity funding. So this was just asking for funding for water connections in rural Alberta, and that one did pass. Modernizing Alberta's rat control program, that one did pass. So there's just a number of updates needed to that rat control program in Alberta. It hasn't really been looked at for decades. And with urban growth and some of the challenges that come with that, we are at higher risk. So that resolution passed. On-farm meat processing. So this was just asking for better consultation with where the province is going with on-farm meat processing. Last summer or July-ish, the province made some very big changes to that program, and it caught producers off guard because there was really, from what I understand, essentially no consultation on that. So the province did pause that, and they're looking at it where they're going. So we just asked for more consultation. Urgent reforms to CFIA and PMRA, that one passed. So that's just asking essentially for the CFIA, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, and the PMRA, the Pest Management Regulatory Agency. So those two organizations oversee a lot of stuff specific to agriculture, and yet they don't fall under Agriculture Canada, they fall under Health Canada. And there's just been a number of things arise over the last few years that are of concern and significant concern going forward due to the transformational agenda that the PMRA is under. Vacant biological control scientist position. So actually our Foothills County ASB actually sent a letter to the federal government going back a few months in regards to this item. And so this resolution was asking for the vacant position in the Lethbridge Research Station to be filled. There's been a number of examples of very positive, very economically efficient items have come out of that position in Lethbridge, and it was vacated. And so we're just asking for that to be reinstated. Now, shortly after this resolution passed, the federal government did announce all of their cuts to Research Canada. So I think that tells us where they're likely going with that position. The other one was the emergency registration of 2% liquid strychnine. So this came from RASB again. So just, I guess, a number of pieces I would add in with this. It's been about 3 years now since strychnine has been effectively available in the province, or in Canada, I guess, after having used it since 1928. The federal government did remove it. Now, due to a number of lobbying efforts and work done, the Saskatchewan and the Alberta government combined together to apply for emergency use registration of strychnine last October or September. And based upon a number of feedback from the feds, there was kind of an expectation that they would likely be approving that registration, but it was just 2 weeks-ish ago, it was the decision from the PMR came out that they will not be re-registering it for that use. And following that, I got to sit in on a technical webinar that the PMRA hosted related to where they presented their reasons for refusing that application. It was certainly somewhat educational, but I think the question and answer period was significantly more educational. So I asked about the examples that they have in terms of off-target killings in the past, and in terms of was it investigated whether it was on-label usage of strychnine or off-label usage. So in the 5-ish years preceding the deregistration of strychnine, there was 11 reported off-target kills throughout both Alberta and Saskatchewan. Most of them were mice and the striped gophers, the 7 striped gophers or something like that. I don't recall the exact number, but very similar species. And no investigation was done as to whether those off-target kills were a result of on-label usage and off-label usage. And this was a big piece of their decision why they chose to deregister and not provide that emergency use registration. So the whole thing just gave a very interesting tone in terms of, are these decisions being made politically, or are they being made through science? And I'm sure there's lots more to come on that. And yeah, it was just a great, that's going back to the conference. It was a great ASB conference all around. I think there was very appreciative of some of the things we learned and gained out of that and some of the lobbying efforts that are going forward. With that, that does conclude my committee reports. So I will go to Councillor Estes for her committee reports.
Thank you to the chair. Yes, so on January 26th, we had the Foothills Regional Services Commission met the landfill operations. There was a motion to approve a seasonal employee for 30 weeks to the cost to be shared with the salvage center, and also a motion to approve a $12 charge for compost and yard waste that is going through the process of being put in the paper for public input and will likely take effect in the spring. They did receive over 4,000 loads last year of compost, and it does take up a lot of space. Moving on to the wastewater operations, there was some issues with one of the pumps, but they have since solved that. So that was all from there. Then on February 3rd, I met with the CRAS board. Wasn't a huge amount that came out of that. A lot of just discussing things that had already been gone over, looking at reviewing their terms of reference, talking about, raising funds using the casino, looking at, just talking about contracts that'll be coming up this year. And then on the 9th, we had the emergency advisory committee, and that's already been spoken to. So I don't have anything to add to that. Thank you.
And Councillor McHugh.
Thank you to the chair. So sorry, how far back are we going here? We're going back to the 15th of.
Not sure the exact.
If you're at exit, they do this week.
Yeah, I think you'd be going back almost 4 weeks if you were at the ASB conference.
Okay, well, I think, Thursday 8th was ASB, Agricultural Service Board. On Jan 8th, I don't really know where I am here anyway. And 12:45 that day was subdivision development appeal on Jan the 8th. Going to Jan the 15th, we went down in the evening and met with our RMA representatives, a social and a time to network, all our councillors and RMA representatives. Foothills Little Bow on the 16th, mostly spoken to by Deputy Reeve Ohl and Councillor Kendall and everyone else. Jan 20th was at ASB from the 20th to the 21st and the 22nd. And the only thing I wanted to add was to what Reeve Seward added was we had some really great speakers. Rob Sayek was presenting on AI in agriculture, so very interesting. And then we had Miles Woke was speaking to cattle. And then we had Felipe, and I forget Felipe's last number, but he was a kind of a motivational speaker and has basically rode all the way from Alaska all the way to the tip of South America and just a whole bunch of life adventures told on 3 separate trips. So his first one was taken off from the Calgary Stampede and going down to Brazil. And probably one of the biggest factors is if you're going to ride across multiple countries, have new horses waiting for you at every country, or you are going to be waiting for a while to get your horse across the border. And yeah, just some really great speakers, and that's all I had to add to that conversation, as well as the resolutions, of course, already spoke to. And then we would be to joint health and safety on the 27th. And I want to say, well, we had the new chair. And just kudos to Mr. Payne for assisting, and our new chair did extremely well with a little bit of coaching. And so it's always fun when the employees take part and step up to the role, and my hat's off to the gentleman. He did a fine job. And then on the 29th should have been subdivision and appeal. And then Feb 3rd, subdivision and appeal board. And that would get us caught up. That's a long time. Thanks.
Okay, with that, let's take a short pause while we get set up Welcome back. I will open the public hearing for Bishop Southwest 1621 for West of 5 Amendment of Ag District. Manager Bear, would you please introduce council and administration?
Certainly. Good afternoon. In council this afternoon, you have Councillor R.D. McHugh, Councillor Benita Estes, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Rob Seward, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Ohl, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor Alan Alger, Councillor John Callister, and Councillor Laura Kendall. Thank you.
Thank you. I will lay out the hearing procedures for this afternoon. So to start the public hearing, we'll go to the planning officer. He will then provide a presentation to council on the application. Following that, we will go to the applicant and your agent for any presentation or comments that you have. Following that, we will go to any members of the public that wish to speak to the application. And after that, we will then go to closing comments. Firstly, to the applicant and agent for your closing comments, and then back to the planning officer for his comments. At every step along the way, council and administration will be given an opportunity to ask questions of the presenters. So with that, we will proceed. Planning Officer Salmon, please proceed with your presentation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Reeve and Council. The application before you today is for a proposed amendment to the Agricultural District Land Use Rules. The landowner is Donald Bishop and the agent is Christy Bunder of Township Planning and Design. The subject property is located in Council Division 3. It's immediately adjacent to and east of 352nd Street West. It's immediately southeast of Square Butte Ranches. It's about 2.5 kilometers west of Highway 762 and 3.2 kilometers north of Highway 549. The proposal is an amendment to the Agricultural District Land Use Rules to allow for the future subdivision of a 22.95 acre agricultural district parcel. The existing and proposed boundary lines are shown on this slide. For some area history, in 1993, Council refused an application to subdivide a 7.5 acre parcel from the original quarter section, and this decision was overturned in 1994 by the Alberta Planning Board, and it should be noted that access to this parcel is by easement. In 1995, Council approved a boundary adjustment to reshape the 7.5 acre parcel to address concerns regarding access due to the topography of the lot. And during this process, a 1.38 acre parcel was created in error. And this was resolved in 1996 when a survey plan was registered to consolidate that 1.38 acre parcel with the remainder of the quarter section. Access to the subject parcel is currently from an existing approach on 352nd Street, and there's also an existing field access just south of that. Existing field access would be access for the proposed balance. This is a photo of the existing approach, and this is a photo of the existing field access. This is a photo looking south down 352nd Street. And this is a photo looking north. And this is at the existing field access. And this is another one looking north just around the bend. This is where the existing approach is. Now, Public Works commented that the existing approaches don't meet site distance requirements, and as such, they require a hidden driveway sign to be installed. And they also recommend that the existing field access is shifted south by at least 45 meters, while being clear of power poles by 6 meters. It's worth noting that Council may choose to allow the existing field access to remain. The physiography of the parcel is a mix of forest and grassland. There's a ridge running north-south through the center of the property, and there's a minor recurring stream in the southwest corner. This is a view of the west side of the ridge. This is a picture along the west boundary of the property. And here's a picture up at the house looking south down the ridge. All existing development on the property is contained within the proposed parcel. This includes a dwelling and a shop, as well as a water well and septic tank and field to support that development. For agency referral, Foothills County Public Works, again, they commented that the existing and proposed approaches do not meet the site distance requirements, so they require that a hidden driveway sign is installed, and they also recommend that the existing field access is relocated. Public Works would also be supportive of access management options that do not require retaining the existing access right-of-way. And they also noted that due to the steep slopes on much of the property, future development may require a slope stability analysis. The county's mapping department noted that changing access to the property may impact existing addresses on site. And Fortis commented that while they have no concerns with the proposed boundary lines may or will affect the power line servicing it, which is the power line for the existing residence and shop. And as such, they require that an easement is registered for the existing power line. The application was circulated in the Okotoks Western Wheel on January 28th and February 4th. And notice was also sent to area landowners within a half-mile of the subject property. That was mailed out on January 21st. No letters have been received. For a revision to the staff report, this is another recommended condition for option 1, which states that the landowners are to provide an updated site plan that shows the relocation of the field access to the satisfaction of the Public Works Department. This concludes my presentation. Thank you, Mr. Reeve and Council.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council or administration? Seeing none, we will go to the applicant and your agent. If you could start by please stating your names for the recording secretary and then proceed with your presentation.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Christy Bunder. I'm a planning consultant. With me today is Dr. Don Bishop, the landowner. He also owns land under Mesa Creek, if you're familiar with that land ownership. I also have with me today Yannick and Christina Widomski, who will be speaking in support of the application, and Yannick's parents have joined today to support their son. I'm going to give you a short presentation just to explain the application and why we are making it that I hope council finds satisfactory. This, as Mr. Salmon has mentioned, is a land use amendment from agriculture to, or sorry, an exemption from agriculture to allow for a second agricultural parcel. My apologies. This is required in regards to section 12161 of the land use bylaw to allow for the future or continued fragmentation of this agricultural parcel. The proposed parcel is 22.95 acres in size and contains an unfinished residence. In the balance would be 128.52 acres. Both parcels would keep their agricultural zoning, and the landowner is proposing the subdivision to allow for the purchase of this lot and property by its current tenants. The site is in the northwest district of the county, very close to Kananaskis country. Probably the Square Butte would be the closest known marker to this site. There are recreational and residential uses in the area. And Square Butte, as we know, is sort of an equestrian, bareland condominium, very unique sort of development. There are several small country residential parcels in the immediate area of the subject site. In terms of the policy considerations, we believe that this application aligns with the objectives and development considerations outlined in the municipal development plan and follows those principles supporting the continuation of agriculture. Taking this parcel out does not change what this site can actively be used for from an agricultural perspective. In terms of the growth management strategy, it is in the Northwest District and is intended to remain agricultural in nature. The Northwest District seeks to maintain a quaint rural feel, which aligns with the intentions of this application. And the district supports minimal to moderate growth and development. As fragmentation in the development has already occurred in this area, we aren't necessarily exceeding what other quarters have been able to achieve. To the north, there's to the west, there's 7. You've got Square View, Kitty Corner, and then on the south, first parcels out, and east, first parcels out. We believe this is aligned with a minimal and moderate fragmentation objectives for the Northwest District. In terms of its context, agriculture is appropriate here as this quarter is already fragmented. The proposed lot is over 21 acres, and that was intended to allow for the residence shop on the house. And as you notice, the well is very far away from the house, and we've had to connect that well into the parcel by drawing it very far to the southwest. There's no other buildings on the site. This is the only building on the site, and it will remain. To the northwest of the site, we have educational opportunities and recreational areas. We don't believe that existing agricultural operations will be negatively affected by this application, and the agricultural designation suits this context of this area very well. In terms of its topography, council's gonna say, why can't you fix that access? And Elliot reminded me that this was probably the first appeal that I lost in 1994 when I was working for the county. But this access right-of-way was put in by the Alberta Planning Board, and part of the reason for that is this little triangle here is quite steep. So if you were to draw a panhandle there, it wouldn't be functional. This is a functional access right-of-way. It serves both this lot and the lot we're proposing. The current approach is located in the northwest corner. It's up here, and it will continue to serve this home and the first parcel out. It doesn't, as I mentioned, include any buildings, and there's no slope stability assessment or analysis required for this home because it's already existing. One of the suggestions that has been made is that a slope stability analysis may be required for any further development on this quarter section, certainly outside of this first parcel out and maybe on this first parcel out if there's any accessory buildings, and we certainly accept that condition. The access right-of-way will remain and provide that access to both lot 1 and 2. The planning board allowed that on appeal for this site to be accessed over that right-of-way. The proposed lot 1 has 1 house on the site, and the landowner is willing to install a hidden driveway sign as per Public Works recommendation. And I just want to review those, the access locations. So we actually believe that the access does have sufficient sight lines to the south and to the north. When we looked at them and photographed them and walked them, we felt that there was enough spatial separation and distance. Same with the field approach. So they've asked that the field approach be moved about 45 meters south from where it is. But there is sufficient line of sight from that field approach as well. I think that the addition of a hidden driveway sign would be sufficient to ensure safety with the current access arrangement. One of the questions about the field approach being moved was it was to be 40 meters clear of the 2 nearest power lines. I don't understand that direction because we are clear of the power lines presently. We're kind of right in the middle of the 2 poles. So I'm not quite sure what the concern is there. The field approach is fine where it is, and I would ask council to consider it appropriate for this application and not require that we move it. Additionally, you may see on the legal fabric, there's a registered utility right-of-way for Fortis, and typically that doesn't happen. Typically, Fortis will give you a blanket easement to service whatever development you have on your quarter, but this one has a registered utility right-of-way for the power line, and it will be carried forward as part of this application. As mentioned, there's an existing home. The current tenants are Yannick and Christina Widomski, and they are in the process of renovating this home to live in. The intent is for the tenants to purchase this home from Dr. Bishop when the subdivision is complete. The site benefits from a private groundwater well and septic system. It is unfinished, and if left unfinished, it might need to be tore down and presents a fire risk. So this is actually a benefit to Dr. Bishop in someone taking an interest and finishing this house. We do have a building permit for the renovation to be completed in 24 months. In conclusion, this is a proposed land use exemption to allow for the creation of one new ag parcel and an ag district balance, which is contextually appropriate. The application aligns with the Foothills County MDP as outlined in Policy 5 of the agricultural section, as the proposal allows for a continuation of agriculture. Both properties will utilize existing common approach and the field approach we'd like to retain, extending to from 352nd. There would be no new water well drilled or anything in order to facilitate this application, and there are no new structures being proposed. This application accommodates a rent to own and renovations for Yannick and Christina. They also will hold a ROFR, a right of first refusal, to purchase the balance of the quarter from Dr. Bishop Family Inc. if it ever goes up for sale. And if it ever goes up for sale is if you know Dr. Bishop, he doesn't do a lot of that. He's a holder. Creation of the title in the Rodomsky name changes them to the landowner versus a tenant, which invests them in the community and the home. There will be no additional fencing placed as a result of this application, and livestock will continue to have free range. Before I conclude, I'm going to ask Dr. Bishop if he has anything he'd like to add. There we go.
When I purchased the land, there had been an existing cabin there, and then Jerry Rowe had taken it down and started a bigger building for him and his family. And then they decided that they wanted more land, and so they moved to Nanton, I believe it was, or Claire's home, where they had two sections instead of just a quarter section to ranch on. And so I was sitting with a situation where I had a building where there had been a house there and there had been one started, and something needs to be done with that building. I looked at developing it out and got the costs and everything for developing it out and then renting it out. And it's like, I hate being a landlord, and nobody takes care of a building as well as the people who own it. And so I had a young couple that was interested in owning the land and then eventually purchasing the rest of the land and carrying it on in the ag industry. And that's what I would like to do, is I would like to, we're going to work closely together with our agricultural adventures going forward. We already have started doing that, and we would do that going forward. And as I don't have any dark colors in my hair anymore, there is a time when this land will be sold and they would like to take it over, and they're much younger than me, and carry on with the ag industry, which would be a perfect mix. And so there would be no more subdivisions required. It would just be, they would be buying my other section out. And so it's a simple, it's an easy proposal. It's a clean, very clean, in my opinion, that we stay agricultural, get that building taken care of properly, and not me fix it up the way I think someone would like it, but the family that's going to live there finish it the way they would like to, and then they will take care of it. And they've already fixed the access to it better than it was ever done before. So yeah, they've cleaned it up. It's better than it ever was before. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. Council administration, any questions for the applicant or agent? Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Through the chair to either the applicant or their agent. I was Is there a dwelling on block 1 or is it block 2 out there? Oh, sorry, from the first, it's block 2 now. Is there a dwelling on that parcel?
Yes, as the gentleman to my right went through, the Hogg family built a dwelling there. It's basically a cabin that they go out to for weekends, Christmas, things like that. And there was no way for them to get a road up there. So they had, well, he went through the history of the access for that building up there, which is just basically a weekend thing. Very rarely do they go out.
Hey, thank you.
He's not opposed to this, by the way, either. He welcomes it because he's met them and he's already loving the improvement to the road. So David Hogg and his family are all for this development.
Okay, thank you very much. Not seeing any other questions from council. We will go now to the members of the public. I do have a few members on my list. First on my list is a Janik Widomski. If you care to speak, you could come over here to this mic. And maybe just start by introducing yourselves and then proceed.
Yep. Can you hear? Okay, awesome. Thank you. Good afternoon, Reeve Seward and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Christina, and this is my husband, Yannick, who you'll hear from in a moment. We're here in support of this subdivision application as the prospective purchasers of the home and the parcel being proposed. We wanted to share our perspective on how this application aligns with the intent of Foothills County's policies and the long-term use of the land. We understand that council places a strong emphasis on protecting agricultural land and preserving the rural character of the county. And those priorities matter to us deeply as well. Our intention is not to change how this land is used, but to live with it and respect it. We would not restrict grazing, put up fencing, or limit livestock access, and we fully accept that this property is and will remain agricultural land. We have already begun to experience what it means to be part of this community. Through the time we've spent on and around the property, we've gotten to know our neighbors. We've shared meals at barbecues and helped out at the ranch, from construction and land improvements to participating in a cattle branding. Those experiences have shown us that rural life is built on relationships, mutual respect, and a shared understanding of how the land is worked. This is the kind of community that we want to belong to and the kind of life that we hope to build. Our hope is to raise a family in Foothills County and to be long-term members and active members of the community. Over time, we also intend to engage in agricultural activities of our own, raising animals, growing food, and contributing to the community in small and meaningful ways. This isn't a temporary plan for us or an investment property. It's where we want to really put down roots.
Good afternoon. The subdivision itself is a practical requirement to make this possible. As Christy mentioned, there's an existing partially constructed home on the parcel being proposed. In order to complete the home and make it livable, we require financing, and financing is not possible without a separate title. Though we have a building permit already and have begun investment in completing construction of the home, without subdivision, we are unable to move forward, even though the structure already exists and the intended use of the land would remain consistent. There's also a timing consideration. The home has remained at a partially constructed stage for about 15 years, and it's at the point where if it isn't completed in the near term, the structure risks deteriorating to the point where it may need to be removed entirely. Completing it now allows for the existing investment to be preserved and avoids unnecessary waste or disruption in the future. We see this application as a responsible way to complete what is already started, maintain the agricultural character of the land, and allow us to establish our family and future in Foothills County. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council administration? I'm not seeing any, so thank you very, oh, sorry, just a second. Councillor Alger has a question.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. This just kind of popped up. So the development permit is in your name or the building permit? It's
The
building permit?
building permit, I believe, is in Dr. Bishop's name, but he has signed over
Okay.
the
Yeah,
rights
we're-
for us to.
That was my query is how do you get a building permit without ownership? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your input. Next on my list, online, I believe, is a Tim Garu. If
Yes,
you are there, if you could.
I was just here to observe and I'm just interested. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That is all who's on my list. Is there anybody else in the public who wishes to speak? Seeing none, we will go back then to the applicant and your agent for any closing comments that you have for us.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe Mr. Grow is immediately to the east, if council's wondering where he lives. Thank him for coming and observing this application. Appreciate that very much. I think you've heard from Yannick and Christina, and you've heard from Dr. Bishop as to the necessity of this application. Certainly helps facilitate a new family in the county, helps continue agriculture, has a set of eyes on the street in a manner of speaking for public safety and security of livestock. It's just nice to have somebody out there taking care of things, as Dr. Bishop said. Is there anything else you'd like to add, Dr. Bishop?
No, there was someone living out there full time. And then when Jerry moved away, there has been some issues with people getting into the house and crooks storing things and alcoholics and this and that. As you guys all know the stories about that area out there. And so this is why I would very much love to get this developed, get a strong family in there to replace that vacancy, which we have had for a few years, and have a strong family in there.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve.
Okay, council or administration, any questions for the applicant or agent? Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon. Just would you mind touching a bit on your thoughts on the access right of way? As you know, we're not so friendly towards easements. Was there any other thoughts you had on that? It seems to be working, and you described I guess not really a big conflict in the amount of use from the other owners, all that. But how do we reconcile that moving forward for the county, who we've had so many not good experiences with easements, and how have you've obviously delineated the parcel and kept that into consideration. Did you have any other ideas that you explored? Just please explain your thought processes on this. Thank you.
Dr. Bishop will start and I might add.
The one point for keeping it as an easement is, as the hogs are rarely out there, okay, what they had always been doing when Jerry wasn't out there is they would park down at the bottom and then they would trudge up the hill carrying their bags and stuff like that to get up to their cabins. And I always wondered, why don't they just, when I got to know them, is because they didn't want to pay the money to have the road cleared for the time that they are out there. Okay. Now, David Hogg and family are very happy because the Wadinskis keep the road nice and clean all the time. They've fixed up the road, and so it's actually improved their access. It's up on the hill, and there is, from their land, it's steep down on the east side and steep down on the west side. There is no access that they could get down reasonably without snaking it.
And I think just to further add, I know that council likes the direct physical legal access considerations in the subregs. In this case, we'd probably just have to boundary adjust for the hogs and drop a phantom panhandle in here. But that also results in kind of clustering that access and splitting it. And they're not going to use it anyway because they can't. It's physically undevelopable. So that was one of the things that I was thinking about. Council may ask. But as you've heard, the hogs don't attend the site very often. I don't think they're interested in owning a panhandle for the sake of owning a panhandle. It doesn't have a practical function. And the access right of way will work quite well. And we're not adding a party to that access right of way, which I think is important. We're actually cleaning it up, making certain that it's only for the Domskis and the hogs, and that's it. The field access will serve the balance of the quarter. And I know that this makes council uncomfortable, but it is working. It does work. And in this particular instance, the topography really precludes a physical access requirement for that first parcel out.
Thank you for that answer. If I may just follow up on that same question. So if you did the phantom panhandle and give it direct physical legal access and have some sort of a turnaround at the end, or you could coordinate that for a common approach, I don't know, they would have to put a lift in or something, but it just, if the properties change hands to any future owners, it's just something that we always think about, and why we would even bring that up now is due to past issues. And at this time with the application, this provides an opportunity to have that conversation. So I appreciate your thoughts and I appreciate that it's working, but would certainly just want to ask that in terms of the overall thinking this through and coming up with maybe your openness towards maybe a little flexibility on that.
The hogs don't want to put any money into this particular site or this application. If council so desired, I think we could work with them and Dr. Bishop to put a phantom panhandle in to satisfy the legal access requirement, but it would not be physical because they would not be able to develop it. So, the question becomes, do we then augment and parallel, right? And bring this in and sort of parallel the driveway, split it in half so they have direct physical legal. I'll take council's direction on that if that's something you'd like us to try. I can't I can't guarantee the outcome. And I also want to be sure that this is over 21 acres. I don't want to introduce country residential here, and the house is in such a place that I can just get 22 around it. I don't want to shrink it too much. So those were the considerations. I know council likes me to resolve these things. This one's a bit tricky. Go ahead, Dr. Bishop.
The hogs are only out there in a year, maybe 30, 40 days of the year. And that's with all their extended family. And their extended family have said that they're going to keep it once their parents pass on. So it's not going to be an actively used property. You know what I mean? Like it'll never be a full-time home like the Wadinskis. So that's why it had a shared access with, the Charlet Ranch, and then with myself, and then proposing it with the Wadinskis.
Very good. Thanks for the discussion.
Thank you.
Okay, I will go back to Planning Officer Salmon for any of your closing comments.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, back to Council Administration one last time for any questions you may have. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. You're welcome to stay in the gallery to listen to council's deliberations or decision. You can also watch it online on the YouTube link found on the county's website. Either way, a decision will be sent of the decision. Notification will be sent of the decision once council's minutes are ratified next week. So with that, hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you. Okay, we will take a short pause while we switch meeting. Welcome back. While it's fresh in our minds, Council, why don't we deal with C3 Bishop, page 32 of our agenda. This is in Division 3. So Councillor Kendall, do you want to start us off?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this is in my division. I'm very familiar with this area. I have a few considerations, not in any particular order, just in the way I took my notes. Firstly, being this quarter already has one parcel out. So I have reservations about another subdivision here, especially over 10 acres, which could be subdivided again. I realize this is not the intent being proposed, but it's just a reality of what can happen with anything over 10 acres. Nobody has a crystal ball. You know, everybody has great intentions here. I realize that. It's a very unfortunate situation that the building was let to go in disrepair for so long. And I understand the value of owning versus tenancy or tenants renting. Regarding land values, you can spend as much on 80 acres as you can on a quarter. So cautionary note about that. This is either a gravel or what do we call it? RMO. It is a very highly concentrated use with the proximity of Square Butte ranches right next door, which generates a lot of traffic, as I'm sure you're well aware. The easement issue as well is always a consideration, even though everybody goes into it with good intentions. It's what can potentially happen in the future is always something that we have to consider. The topography here is extremely steep, and using this property in any capacity other than grazing, like any kind of outbuildings doing anything, the steepness, you're not going to be able to put a chicken coop or anything there without some real issues, I believe. Not that I know this piece of land extremely well, but it's very steep there. I also just in terms of the pristine nature of this particular area, it is pristine grazing and forage land, and I appreciate the current use as a ranch. And whenever you subdivide, that gets compromised. And for those reasons, I'm not comfortable with this subdivision.
Okay, anybody else? Deputy Revol?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I look at page 43 of our staff report, you can really see that in the area that it's right in proximity with, that additional lot there wouldn't make much difference in terms of the impact in the area because of the amount of fragmentation in the direct neighbors. So 2 lots in this would be similar to the ones to the north, to the west, and to the northeast. So I think it has that because that's the same road that each one accesses off. So I could see a lot fitting in here. I have some concerns about the access if it could be solved in some way. I think that would be preferable to have some form of a legal physical access to the 7-lot parcel. But I can see the possibility of one more lot here to make this happen, but also just in terms of thinking it through for future owners. The infrastructure is already there. And I think as far as when I'm looking at agricultural nature of the area, it does have similarity to the parcels in the direct proximity to it. Thank you.
Councillor Alger?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. The You know, the application is certainly a great succession plan for the bishops and going forward for a new young couple to take over this land. And they've already proven that they've done a good job at stewarding the land. I don't have a problem with the access right away. I think when you look at the West Country, that access right of ways are a necessary evil because of the topography of the land, which was also spoken to. They call this world Foothills for a reason. The traffic is negligible. As Deputy Revol said, the infrastructure is already in place. We're not adding any new people. We're not adding any new buildings. We're improving what's already existing. So the policies, the growth management strategy, moderate growth, I would call this moderate growth. So the stickler is the MDP. So maintaining the integrity of the agricultural land base, I think we're doing, but discourages the subdivision of agricultural lands, including subdivision into smaller agricultural parcels. So there's a stickler for the MDP. And as I've always said, that these policies are subject to interpretation. So take it as you will. I don't have a problem with the application. Thank you.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the chair. 22.95, that's for potential new parcels. That's like we have this strange mix in this area with Square Butte Ranches. It's onto itself. I can't explain the cul-de-sac immediately to the west with 5 parcels, but they are all very much smaller parcels. The applicants themselves spoke to the fact that even if this parcel does come out, that they would not have any fences and it would still be maintained as it is, which speaks to the practical purpose of the corridor, which is grazing, and as such should not be fragmented into smaller chunks. 22.95 acres in the West Country with those type of slopes is going to not be able to support many AUMs, but could support 5 more acreages for 4 more parcels. You're about as far west as you can go, not an area where you would expect to be doing a whole bunch more development. Having a hard time seeing how that is conducive to development. So would just echo the thoughts of the area councillor. If it's time to get rid of 22.95, it's probably time to get rid of 155, 153, whatever it is. Thanks.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. From the chair to the floor. I imagine that the proposed parcel was sectioned off this way because of the slopes of the hill. I couldn't foresee any future development in that 22.95 due to the geography. I don't have any problems with this, given the explanations by the applicant, and would support it.
Okay. I guess just for myself, I think this has already reached moderate growth in the area. There's been quite a bit to the west of here. This is further fragmentation of agricultural lands, and I don't see that it is supported by the MDP. On that fragmentation of ag lands, every time you fragment, you affect not just the 2 parcels involved, but the usability of the land in the entire area. So I just don't see this as being supported in our MDP. Go to Deputy Revol.
Sure. Well, thanks for everybody for their comments. And I guess when I'm looking at page 46, which has the topographical information there, I just don't think that you're going to get another, turn this into 4 lots, not practically. So I guess I don't see that as a risk. And again, I'm looking at the overall neighboring parcels, which is something we always look at and is in our documents of policy as well. Thank you.
Okay, I would look for a motion to move this forward. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just got to find the motion here, sorry. I would give you the motion to refuse this application.
Okay, I'll take that motion. Anybody else? Seeing none, we have that motion from Councillor Kendall for refusal. All those in favor? And opposed? That motion carries. Okay, let's go to C2, our 11 o'clock meeting with the Blackie Event Society. This has been a long time coming. Perhaps as the area councillor, I'll start the conversation. So we've been presented with a couple of different options and maybe a few more others even beyond that we can come up with. The Blackie Community Association, or the Blackie Event Society has done a lot of work over the last couple of years, putting things together, kind of giving some fresh new life to this hall and the future of events happening there. It has been great to see the amount of community support just really rally behind this over the last couple of years, between fundraisers and support in other ways as well. The community has really come together and demonstrated that this hall is important and they have a future for it. It is a hall that was built by the community, not by the county and not by the village of Blackie at the time it was, but rather by the community itself as they fundraised for it and they put in blood, sweat, and tears to make it happen. So as we come to this item today, so we were proposed with a couple of different options on page 5 of the report presented by the Event Society. So option number 1 that they presented was essentially that the county gets things, the deficiencies looked after, and then transfer the property to them. And then the second one was that we would transfer the property to them, and then they would take over the upgrading and getting things into condition as they deem appropriate. And of course, with some supports from the county. I guess as I look at this today, we've done a lot of supports for other community halls within Foothills County, not just the ones that the county owns, but also the community halls that are owned by other organizations. And I think it's perhaps time that we did the same with this hall. So kind of where I'm leaning towards would be that we would bring the hall up into reasonable condition and then transfer it. Of course, the devil is always in the details, as they say. We don't know exactly what that looks like yet. If the hall was transferred over to the Event Society first, then there may be an opportunity for some grants that are not available now. And so it could become a tri-partnership, so to speak. So I guess what I'm thinking would be that we would direct administration to put together a plan to address the deficiencies in the hall and the transfer of ownership. So with that, then we would look for a report back. What's it going to cost for the various pieces that need to be done? And secondly, how does it get funded? Because if there is a way to leverage donations from the community, leverage donations of public reserve fund dollars from the county and use that to get some provincial dollars, I think that would be the strong way to go. So, but one way or another, the deficiencies do need to be met, and I think the county has a responsibility in that. With that, I will go to Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I certainly agree with your comments about our community halls. We've done a lot for all the community halls in the area, and I'll speak specifically to Red Deer Lake that Council has approved a lot of funds going to Red Deer Lake, plus a yearly contingency through the rec boards that they to help sustain that facility. for us to go in and do the regulations as was spoken to, that we are held to a higher standard than the rest of than it would be if it was a community building. So I'm concerned about when we start digging around and start doing repairs. And I'll just speak to my own house that started yesterday in a small bathroom renovation, which is now running up around $12,000. It's just, when you get into the walls, man, it's you don't know what's going to jump out at you. So I'm kind of leaning towards the cost of what it was cost to tear it down, and then letting the community deal with the repairs and reconditioning as they would have a less standard, as they said, with their own report that they had done. I'm kind of stuck on the 500,000 that we've already given to the Blackie community for the school, and if we go back, that money was given to redo the school with the community center built within it, and the potential of tearing down the old hall. So, now it's coming back to us that now we're spending more money on the hall that was supposed to be tore down. Would we have given that $500,000 back in the day, knowing that we would have to put $100,000 or more into the Blackie Hall? So it's a bit of a stickler, but it's not the hill to die on for me. Again, I think we need to support these community halls, and the Blackie community has expressed time after time after time that what happens at the school does not fit in with the community as far as the Lions clubs and the wedding venues and things like that. So I would agree with comments that we need to look at how to do this within to help the society. But again, I caution, if we do these repairs ourselves, we could be biting off a lot more than we're asking for.
Deputy Revol.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, just really appreciated the presentation to us today. And then we've reviewed this numerous times, but it is definitely a challenge. Otherwise, we wouldn't be discussing it again. I'm not really in favor of the open checkbook approach, because I think in our other communities, even though we've been very supportive, we've also had input from the communities. They've always been part of the financial solution, and that they have been participating in some form of a cost sharing, and that they would raise funds, and it would just really support the initiative and show that the community is interested in this particular project. We do know certainly that they're interested in the project, but how long do we continue with the current arrangement? Well, we have to find something that would give them the ability to get started and not drag it out too much longer, even if we do option 3, which is work collaboratively towards this plan and report back to council, just that it doesn't end up with a long timeline on it. And then something to consider is, now, if it does become fully in the ownership, is that they pay all expenses. It doesn't stay partly in the county paying the expenses, partly they pay the expenses, and then they would have access to the recreation board, similar to the other recreation, as in community associations going forward. So with there being obviously a request each year, which has to be demonstrated and showing the amount that the community is engaged and taking part in their own building and betterment and maintenance, but also continuing to access a similar amount of funds through the rec board, as opposed to the county being on the, how would you say, the books as the owner to be paying those expenses. So just to clean the tie between the two, clean it up, and figure out a way forward. I hear Councillor Alger's idea there too, as well as our Reeves ideas, and that there's a couple of approaches. One would be that, similar to the experience with the reno, is when you keep opening it up, how far do you keep going on this? And what do you then say? Well, we saw it, it's still your building, you fix it all, when perhaps the community doesn't even want those things fixed. So I think we need to strike a balance here. And I know potentially that could be found right within a dialogue between the community and our administration, similar to what was already suggested. So I'm in favor of streamlining an approach that doesn't take too long of a timeline, and then to separate the expenses properly, and then work towards a collaboration on on grant application where each party contributes, but it also includes the community contributions. Thank you.
Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. And just to add to that, I mean, I agree with Councillor Alger and Deputy Revol in both cases. I would just be, I guess caution is coming in that we know partially what could be wrong with the building. And if we turn it over, are there any repercussions to come back to us for them to do the upgrades? Or if we do it, again, you open that hole and we end up finding a lot more. So I guess, I don't know if we can look at any, or if CAO could respond in what could we be held liable for if we do turn it over, knowing, you know, that some things might be wrong with the building. Thank you.
CAO Payne, do you have any answer?
Yeah, that depends on the way that the purchase and sale agreement is written. It can be written in such a way that we don't take on liability necessarily, but that's not to say that you wouldn't be knowingly passing something on that you know has issues with it. So that could in return be a bad look for the county, I would say, if we were to pass it on the way it is, knowing it needs to be updated before it's operated. Likely we'd be issuing a stop order the day after the transfer happens, saying you can't be using this for public occupancy until these upgrades happen. So I think that's why they've offered the two different options. Option 2, though, is really a difficult one because that is that scenario that I just outlined where you're handing it over knowing there's work to be done there. The revised option 3 that the Reeve sort of spoke about is actually a pretty good option because it allows us to collaborate with the community group and to likely access funds through the CFEP program. There are 2 different CFEP programs. One's a small program. It's for anything up to $125,000 funding matching, 50-50 matching. Whereas there is a larger one that goes from 125,000 up to $1 million as well. I believe both of those uptakes are coming in May, and then you would have notice in November, I believe is what I had read on the website, as to whether or not that funding is approved. So if council were to proceed with the collaborative approach, just need to be aware nothing will happen or change until we would know in November whether there would be a approved funding through the CFEP program for that type of initiative. But we would need to return to council based on the way that that was worded. We would need to return to council with a plan outlining cost estimates, what the community is prepared to provide in terms of their share of funding. And then a formal request would have to come back to council asking for whatever that remaining matching amount is.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and from the chair to the floor. I would support an option 3. I would support redrawing up a proposal to turn the community hall to the Blackie Community Group for $1 to allow grant applications to occur sooner than later and get the ball rolling on that. You know, the renovations that they're talking about, there can be a lot of sweat equity put in by the community members. They're not exorbitant renovations that it's required. You know, the hall is passing fire code inspections. Basically what they're talking about is installing a accessible washroom on the main floor. And as we talked about earlier, getting some accessible access to the main floor via probably an exterior ramp with a new opening cut on the front of the building. I would like to see, I mean, we've got a couple of reports now on the deficiencies of the building. I'd like to see turning over the building ASAP to the community group for the dollar, and then working with them on maybe helping them with the grant applications and maybe some cost sharing on the renovations. That's where I'm going with that. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor McHugh.
Thank you to the chair and to the chair or CEO Payne. What is the current allotment to the Blackie Recreation Board? $1,000, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll have to
to
ask
the
Reg.
Blackie Rec Board.
I'll have to ask Reg to look it up
would
for
be
sure. The
best.
community cleanup grant would be the 1,000. Yeah.
This is my point. Blackie only gets $1,000. So if we are going to do more additionals through the recreation boards, we're going to have to reallocate money to Blackie. It's the AS. Yeah, well, we can do that. Dumbo has to be expanded to cover off about half of the municipality due to the holes that are left in the old Okotoks Recreation Board and the High River Recreation Board. There's a huge gap there that isn't covered. My point is we did rebalance these recreation boards, and the suggestion that it be covered by a recreation board going forward is going to require further balancing because the Ag Society runs the hockey rink, which is separate from the Blackie Recreation Board, which consists of one individual and covers off the trophies, which I think are about $1,500. So just a little side rant there. So not supportive of selling it for $1 right now, supportive of what has been suggested. The community events need to sit down with our administration, come up with what are the improvements that are required and decide on that. This hall has a foyer and then stairs to a downstairs and stairs to an upstairs. So what they need is probably what has been, I'm not an expert, but the slopes aren't quite right on the stairs, so they need to be redesigned, and they can do a wheelchair lift up or down. So yes, this is you can think whatever you want. What I'm saying is the community event center needs to sit with the administration and come to an alignment on the goals that are needed for improvements to achieve what's needed in the community. At that point, then we can proceed forwards with an engineer report. Then that needs to come back to council. Then we can take a next step. Then we can apply for CFIP grants if necessary, and the fundraising can start. This outfit's already raised $20,000 and hasn't even done a thing yet. So what happens when they put their mind to it? That's all I got. Thanks.
Okay, I go back to Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. From the chair to the floor. Yeah, I just having experience with wheelchair access, putting a lift indoors there is going to be problematic because the lifts are hard to maintain, they're expensive to install, and they are not a lot of fun for the person that's actually in the wheelchair. You're going to have a lot better success cutting another access hole at the main floor level and building a ramp from the exterior of the building. So just putting that out there. I do agree with you that perhaps an estimate on what they want to do prior to anything is probably a good idea. But I think the sooner that we can sign the building over to the community association, the sooner we can get grant funding underway.
Councillor Kendall.
Through the chair to the floor. Yeah, I like the idea of kind of having a alignment thing, you know, to sort of put all the things on the table about what really needs to be done as opposed to just handing it over to them, and seems a little risky for them. So I think getting the two sides together as suggested is a good idea to sort of hash things out before the final agreement is is inked there. But I do agree with this, that they should take over, and they've obviously shown, like, like I was mentioning during the meeting, compared to the resources that Square Butte Hall has, they have the lions. I mean, it's just amazing. So I think they're well positioned to sustain this from what I could see.
Okay. Councillor McHugh?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the chair. Can't take over ownership of the building until the deficiencies are corrected would be what I would like to say at this point.
Okay, so we don't have any suggested motions coming out of this discussion. Perhaps I'm going to throw one out there and see where it lands. A possible motion would be that we would direct administration to sit down with the Blackie Event Society to determine the needs on the hall and estimated costs. And secondly, to put forward some options in terms of when the hall could be transferred in relation to those improvements, and some options in terms of funding the improvements. So that is an option if anybody wanted to move that, or any other motion. Nobody's jumping up, so perhaps I will make that motion. I trust it was reasonably cut. Any comments? Councillor McHugh.
Sorry, you'll have to put the question again. I was technologically distracted.
I don't suppose we have that written down. That so essentially would be, yeah, if you could. Okay, yeah, I think there was a first piece there about assessing the needs of the hall, and then to. Okay. Councillor McHugh.
I thought I captured it. Did you move it?
I moved it, yeah.
Yeah, good.
Okay.
I'd speak in favor of the motion.
Okay. Anybody else? All those in favor? Motion carries. Okay. So finishing committee reports, I think we ended with Councillor McHugh. So I would then go to CAO Payne for any committee reports you have today.
I believe all of the reports that were given would summarize the meetings that I had attended with our council members. I would just mention I did attend the Brownlee Emerging Trends as well last week. There was some good information provided there, and just a reminder to anyone registered for the virtual option that's coming tomorrow. You should have an email with a link to that Emerging Trends seminar. If you don't have one, let Sherry and I know, and we can make sure that we re-forward that. I did have a meeting as well yesterday with Town of Okotoks CAO and Director of Public Works and Operations, as well as our Director of Public Works and our Municipal Advisor. A little bit of a report that I'll give, and I'll ask Advisor Reeva Cameron to also come in closed session for an update on that item. And that's all I had in open session, Mr. Reeve.
Okay, Director Hemingway, anything?
I have no committee reports. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
The emerging trends? Yes, well, that was a good seminar. If you're registered, I highly recommend you participate. I enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you. Manager Barrett, anything for us to open?
I have one item today. We've received an email yesterday, just a reminder that any candidates that accepted contributions in the 2025 election, and that's including self-contributions, are to file a campaign disclosure and financial statement Form 26. So that will be due. I know I've received it from some, but I believe the last day to submit that is March 1st. And it's quite important that we get that done this year. There's stipulations surrounding that we can talk more about if you have questions. And I think that's all I have.
Okay, thank you for that. With that, we have a few items in close, so I would look for a motion to take us into closed session. Councillor Estes gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. Welcome back. Coming out of closed, we have a few motions. I'll go to Councillor Ohl for the first motion.
Thank you. My motion would be to direct administration to gather information and report back to council as discussed.
Okay, we have that motion. That's very vague. Are we ready? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Councillor Estes, you have a motion for us?
Yes, thank you to the, thank you to the chair. I make the motion to authorize Deputy Reeve Ohl to attend the Diamond Valley intermunicipal meetings as a member and to be paid a per diem.
Okay, we have that motion. Anything further? All in favor? Motion carries. And Councillor Callister, you have a motion for us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll give you a motion to adopt the changes to the strategic plan and post to the county website and distribute to county staff.
Okay, got that motion. Anything further for anybody? All in favor? Motion carries. And motion to adjourn. Councillor McHugh, all in favor? Motion carries. See you next Wednesday, 9 a.m. Thank you.